The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The third leg of the Grand Chess Tour is underway at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. Some of the world's strongest grandmasters have assembled to showcase their Rapid Blitz prowess in the capital city. Polish superstar Jan-Krzysztof Duda started off hot, winning his first 2 games, but stumbled in the third round against Richard Rapport. Duda's misstep allowed former world champion Viswanathan Anand to leapfrog him for sole lead, ending his impressive day with back-to-back wins. Despite assisting his first-place rival, Rapport is tied for second and in hot pursuit. Will Anand maintain his narrow lead? Day 2 of Rapid Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 2 of the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz held here in Zagreb, Croatia. We start the day in front of the National Theatre, a landmark here in the center of Zagreb. Yesterday, the players put on a great show over the chessboard. What will they bring in today's rounds? Let's go to the studio and find out.
The Grand Chess Tour returns to Croatia. It is Rapid Blitz action with the greatest players in the world. Our live coverage from the St. Louis Chess Club and Zagreb starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, it was a wonderful day yesterday.
It was so much fun.
Exactly. You and Miro calling all the action. That was great. I loved it. Day 1 started with a blast and thrills and spills galore. If you like chess, you're going to love this Rapid Blitz. And it was the inspiring play of Viswanathan Anand, the Tiger of Madras, that thrilled me. But let's take a look at the standings after day 1.
Let's take a look. We have a sole leader, the legend Viswanathan Anand with 5 points. Closely following with +1 score, Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Richard Rapport.
Nice trailing pack, I must say.
And with 50%, we have Fabiano Caruana and Ivan Saric.
And tell us about the format, Nazi.
We have a 10-player round-robin tournament. In the Rapid, time control is 25 + 10. In Blitz, it's 5 + 2. In the Rapid, the scoring system is double scoring, 2 points for a win and 1 for a draw. In the Blitz, it's the traditional scoring system, and there are no draw offers allowed.
And our schedule?
Today we start day 2 of the Rapid, and tomorrow we have last day of Rapid, and then 2 more days of Blitz. And on Sunday, playoffs if necessary.
Excellent. And Miro, wow, what a day it was yesterday for chess. It's great to have you in studio, and tell us what you found inspiring about yesterday.
Thanks, Yasser. Greetings, people at home watching this coverage. Well, it was a hot warm-up day, if I may say so. Right, some people are still looking to find their rhythm, their shape in the tournament. Magnus Carlsen, world #1, admitted that he's happy with the results of the first day. And there was one man who seemingly needed no warm-up whatsoever. Viswanathan Anand, the oldest, the most experienced, and it turned out the most energetic player of our field, started with a draw against Firouzja, where he had a chance to win the game, and then followed it up with 2 back-to-back wins on 5 out of 6, the leader, Viswanathan Anand. And let's not forget the field he is leading. It's a very, very strong tournament. Out of world's top 10 Rapid players, we have 5 present here. It's Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Richard Rapport, Viswanathan himself, and Fabiano Caruana are in the world's Rapid top 10. Right, and as we And as we are waiting for the second day of Rapid to begin, let's talk to Anastasiya and Cristian, crew members in Croatia, Zagreb.
Thanks, Miro, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz held here in Zagreb, Croatia. And what an amazing start to this event we had in yesterday's rounds. A lot of fighting chess, and Miro, you highlighted Viswanathan Anand, just an incredible player. But of course, I'm also having my eyes on two very impressive players, a wildcard, Magnus Carlsen, and a full tour participant, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who actually had a great time and a great tournament in Poland as well. You remember that last game between each other to determine who's going to win Poland Grand Chess Tour leg, and that was just an incredible display. But I have to say, Magnus impressed yesterday. He didn't impress in Poland in day 1, but yesterday he started off blazing hot with a victory in round 1 against the youngster, only 17 years of age, Dona Maraju Gukesh, and after that draw against Ivan Saric and draw against Nepomniachtchi. But I have to say, from a position of strength, he definitely had a great chance to win that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And of course, Duda just left it where he just picked it up where he left it off in Poland. He's playing just amazing chess. He played well in Dubai as well in the Global Chess League and started off with 2 victories against Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja. Unfortunately for him, and by the way, he had a winning position in game 3 against Rapport as well. He lost that one, but he's definitely showing great strength in this competition in day 1. Anastasia, what picked up your eye?
Actually, Cristian, I really worry about the World Championship challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. Of course, he's one of the best players in the world when we speak about Rapid and Blitz and also classical chess. But, you know, lately he doesn't have really good results, starting from the match. And then in Romania, he didn't show the best ones. And also then later in Dubai, he finished the tournament with -2. So here he also suffers. After day 1, he lost the game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 2 draws against Gukesh and Magnus. But still, you know, I saw him today at the breakfast and he was asking me, please tell me how to win 1 game in a row. And I was just laughing. I said, if I knew the recipe, it's really hard to say something here. Yeah, so actually I just also wanted to tell you that, to tell to our followers that we have a really great location here in Zagreb. We are quite near to the center of the city, to the downtown, and many players that take advantage of it and have a nice walk. The weather is great, and I also had one and made a few nice videos which you can all watch in our Instagram and Facebook and Twitter social media accounts. So please, everybody, don't forget to follow us, and you will find lots of extra material there.
And sometimes, if you're one of the lucky ones, you might see Magnus Carlsen strolling around the city center of Zagreb. I actually saw him yesterday. I was having dinner with a friend, and Magnus just passed by with his headphones over his ears. He was listening to his podcasts.
Did you ask him for autograph?
I did not. No, I did not. Maybe next time I play soccer with him. But definitely everybody's having a lot of fun here. But we're ready to start the games and start the action. Guys, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Cristian. Sounds like you guys are having a lot of fun there in Zagreb. And Nazi, do the honors for our audience and tell them what they can expect in the round 4 pairings.
Let's take a look. Exciting round 4. We have Magnus Carlsen playing Fabiano Caruana.
Wow, stop right there. You had me at Magnus versus Fabi. What a way to start round 4.
The tournament leader, Viswanathan, is playing Ivan Saric.
Nice.
Duda playing Lupulescu. Gukesh playing Rapport. And Nepomniachtchi is facing Firouzja.
Fantastic. And they're going to be fighting very hard. And what are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There is a total of $175,000 in prizes. And the first place winner is going to get $40,000. Second place, $30,000. Third, $25,000.
Very nice prize fund, all the way down to 10th and final place of $7,000. You win clear first, you get a Grand Chess Tour bonus point of 1, getting 13 points. The player at the end of the tour with the most Grand Chess Tour points will get the title of Grand Chess Tour champion, as well as a $100,000 cash bonus as the players are taking their seats. Round 4, we see Ivan Saric there playing against our tournament leader, Vishy Anand, with the black pieces.
It's going to be very interesting to see if Anand can maintain his lead today.
Exactly. He started so nicely, and when Vishy is in that groove of his that he gets wow, he just looks imperial.
Yeah, he can be unstoppable.
Yeah, players filing in. But it was surprising, Miro, when you were talking about the strength of this tournament and how all the players in the event that are in the top 10. I'm thinking to myself, how can Firouzja and Nepo not be in the top 10? I mean, there's too many players in the top 10. I mean, if you can include Firouzja and Nepo, what's going on, Miro?
Right, yes. Well, perhaps it has something to do with latest results, which were underwhelming for both, rather for Nepomniachtchi most part. And Firouzja, well, you never know. I mean, he can have one good tournament and off you go with extra 100 ELO points, right?
Right.
He's still young. He's well established, and we look at him as like one of the guys who are always there. But let's not forget that the guy's only 20. So.
Exactly. And I do believe we're waiting for the chief of staff of the Croatian prime minister, and I can't even pronounce his name.
I'll try.
Do your best, Nazi, for this one.
Zvonimir?
You did it. Zvonimir will be making the opening ceremonial first move as we get round 4 underway. And again, yesterday, some really thrills and spills. And you were mentioning that Magnus Carlsen game against Ivan Saric. That could easily have seen Magnus upended. Here we go. And again, this is the chief of staff of the Prime Minister, Zvonimir Frka-Petesic.
I think you did great.
Well, thank you. And better known as the chief of staff of the Prime Minister of Croatia. Very, very nice when we get the political support of the countries hosting the events. Very nice. And as far as Magnus and Fabi are concerned, Miro, what are you expecting from these two illustrious players?
Well...
And English.
And English, as you can see, right. If it was an opening question, then you see it yourself. Well, D to D4, by the way, is a little bit surprising.
Yes.
Right. It's very, very principled. It always feels like, this game is something special. Doesn't matter. Maybe these guys will be playing next time, or not the next time, but, in their 70s, and we would still be, okay, that's Magnus and Fabi playing. So that's...
Fabiano just played knight a5.
Knight to a5. Well, what's going on, guys?
Yeah, and he played it like it's the most common and natural move ever seen. And I have played this system as white myself. And I mean, nobody has ever played in this position against me, knight
a5. Is this already a novelty?
Yeah, I mean, knight e4 is fairly standard. Castles, everybody has played, but knight a5.
I would consider knight e5
Miro,
also, but
yeah, knight e5.
Believe it or not, but there is a game in a database played by, you'd be surprised, Sergei Rublevsky, who was a very, very decent player back in the day. I mean,
Sure.
probably still is. It's now that he's mostly coaching.
Right.
It was one game on a grandmaster level won by Sergei Rublevsky. So knight a5, even though it looks weird, we have to admit, is a theoretical move.
Okay, how does the engine regard that move, by the way?
The engine's not impressed. It's not a terrible move. Well, actually, now after some thoughts, engine turns to like knight a5. Interesting.
To like it.
To like it, yeah. And white has to play queen d3. Otherwise, he's slightly worse, believe it or not. So maybe the move is not the best, but the fact that it puts pressure on white very early on, right? And the fact that Magnus started to think, so he might be not familiar with this one, that's an interesting twist as early as move 6.
Yeah, to actually get Magnus out of his opening book, that's some trick.
Clearly, Fabi has analyzed this with his supercomputer and knows that knight a5 is a decent move, especially in the rapid. I'm
continually astounded by the opening ideas that players come up with. Knight a5 would not have been on my horizon at all. I also noticed in the game of Vichy Anand, Ivan Saric, okay, very standard Najdorf and Queen D3. That's really quite
rare.
A twist. I mean, everybody has played so many moves here, whether it be Bishop E3, Bishop G5, Bishop E2, G3, Rook G1, hello,
yes.
A2, A4, F2, F4, so many moves. Queen D3, rather rare one. And then as far as I'm concerned, E7, E6, Queen G3. Okay, that's not been anywhere near anything I know at all. B5, A3 to stop B4, knight takes E4, Bishop B7, Bishop D3, and I would assume knight to D7. Of course, this queen is putting annoying pressure, and you don't get to play nicely Bishop E7, but knight D7, preparing knight C5, tickling the
So
pawn.
I think Vish is preparing to castle short.
Okay,
Right?
let's do it. Let's do it. And I'm assuming after knight C5 to just defend the pawn.
Rook E1.
Rook E1.
Yeah, it's just hard for black to develop the king side.
Except I've seen so often, let's say I play Bishop E7.
Sacrifice.
I have seen so often that a lot of Sicilian players are very happy to just lose the pawn and a castle. Now, I'm not one of those who's ready to sacrifice my pawns, but Miro, I think you'll agree with me that there have been so many games where this pawn sacrifice is so, I would call it typical. Please jump in.
Right, you're absolutely right. Yes, the pawn on G7, well, to sacrifice the pawn on G7 is, well, often a reaction of black to this position of queen on G3. Speaking of queen G3 and the whole line starting with queen D3, queen D3 is a rare line, but by Najdorf standards, you still find more than 140 games, like 144 games to be exact in the database. But the very next move, so queen D3, I think is, well, just to cause some confusion. And then people usually continue with like A4 or bishop E2 doing something standard. But after queen G3, you only have 2 games in the database, both, by the way, won by black. So it doesn't have a very good reputation statistically. B5, A3, bishop B7, bishop D3, we still follow one of the games. Grandmaster games from game from 2014, knight to D7, castle short, still in there. Still in there, so, well, computer is not impressed, slightly favors black, but that's, I think that's pretty much always the case in the Najdorf, interestingly.
Right.
Up to the point when white gets an decisive attack. Right? So computer really likes those positional benefits Najdorf, you know, those flexible Najdorf setups offer.
Right. Turning our attention to the game of Gukesh and Richie. You never really know what you're going to get when Richard Rapport is on the other side of the board. You open up one E4, and you just kind of hold your breath. And what does he do today? He goes for a Najdorf? No, he goes for the classical 4 knights, Rouser, Bishop G5, Bishop D7, and this is a move, I want to say that Dreyev really popularized Bishop D7, and this early Rook C8, you're not playing E7, E6, and you're not playing G7, G6, and Richie following Queen A5.
So I'm surprised by Bishop D2 because I'm more used to seeing F4.
Right, exactly. F2, F4, I think is the standard, but Bishop to D2, and Miro, jump in and tell us what the theoretical, what theory tells us about this position.
Well, I've got some that, you know, it's a rare case when I've got some, like my own opinion on this line, because if you search the database for the players who used to play this line, and of course you've mentioned Dreyev, and I think there will be some other names, but you can find me as well. So I used to play it with black, yes, I know a thing or two about this. And Bishop D2 indeed is not the most popular, but the thing is, after F4, black usually goes with Rook takes C3 sacrifice.
Exactly.
And this leads to either Queen's exchange and a very, in my opinion, very sound positional compensation for black. So it's a pawn for an exchange plus, you know, a structure and so on and so on. So that's well, in my opinion, is perfectly playable. Or there is another option you can take with the pawn, and then it leads to very, very messy position. After e5, queen goes to c4, d5, then bishop a3 check, and it's very, very sharp. So by playing bishop d2, you kind of limit the risk in a way, so that if your opponent has outprepared you, and you still insist on playing some sort of slow, well, not so slow, but positional Sicilian, so to speak, instead of those sharp complications.
Exactly. So bishop to d2, as you say, avoiding the rook takes c3 exchange sacrifice. And what does theory suggest now that black do? e6?
Well, the most popular is a7, a6.
Right.
And point for this being that knight d5 is not yet a threat because the a2 pawn is hanging. Yeah, you can't play knight d5 because queen a2.
Right.
And then after a6, yeah, not knight
King
d5,
b1.
but king b1. Yes,
Yeah.
you guessed it right. King b1 is a logical move. But then black can play queen c5. And after this queen's trade, there is no pawn on a7. So bishop e3 doesn't really bother black that much. He can return the rook to c8. And usually those endgames are acceptable for black. Well,
and once again, rook takes c3, to my eyes, is also completely acceptable.
yeah, here you might consider
the exchange sacrifice. You get a pawn, you get the structure.
e4, yeah. Very nice looking, very flexible structure, plus a pawn. Yeah, well, as we would say back in the day,
yeah.
we would jump on this exchange sacrifice, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Turning our attention to Magnus and Fabi after knight a5. And again, that's really off the beaten path. Thank you, Sergei Lupulescu, for that one. Queen d3 was found. It's amazing. Even when you get surprised, like Magnus finds the crucial move. Queen d3, simply defending the pawn on c4, asking question, what's your follow-up? Well, the follow-up was d5. d5, c takes, oops, excuse me, that went fast. d5, c takes d5, queen takes d5, gift me the rook, ready to take. Queen check. Shall we trade queens? Yes, we will, but let's do it on my terms. Bishop d7.
I was calculating while Magnus was thinking. Queen takes b4, allowing queen h1. It's interesting to sacrifice.
And I guess the line
would... if we take on a5, there's bishop h3.
Right. And even though we can be disruptive, how disruptive can we be?
King can maybe hide on g8.
You mean king here, yes?
Yes, king f8, and if another check, king g8.
I was going to have some fun. I was going to. I was inviting you to.
Let's be greedy. Take the rook.
And if you take the pawn, I don't really.
Are we
have
out of pieces?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you're right. I've run out of pieces. But second of all, it's like my king doesn't have the most comfortable places.
Do you have mate ideas or?
Well, I do, but maybe you'll just ignore, I mean, it's annoying that after a move like rook g8, just avoiding the loss of the rook, I don't have the genius follow-up knight e6. It didn't happen. What was your thought? Sorry to have interrupted you there. Queen b5 check, and you were going to say bishop d7 takes the rook.
But not take on a5.
Yeah.
Maybe just develop the bishop and castle long next move.
Looks dangerous, does it?
For black?
For black?
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But of course Magnus doesn't want to play this because clearly Fabi's prepared for it.
True that.
And it's hard to figure out in rapid what to do exactly when you're down in exchange.
And there you go. So he traded and bishop d2 because c3 was pardon me, that was my bad. c3 was an issue. Knight takes c3. And we've caught up to the players, Miro, and is this in the database or we are in novel territory?
Well, as I've mentioned, it's an extremely rare line. So in fact, queen d3 happens to be a novelty in the game that was previously played. White decided to sacrifice the pawn on c4 by going bishop to g2.
I see.
Right, and then, Yasser, it's quite interesting because the line you were discussing, we went to this position, queen b5 check, bishop d7, And then what Magnus did in the game appears to be in black's favor. So this endgame that they have now, bishop d2, knight takes c3, computer turns to favor black quite seriously. Well, in numeric terms, it's minus 0.7, so almost a pawn up for black.
Right.
Pawn takes, and computer suggests bishop a3. But there is a but to it. After queen d5, no, instead of queen d5, queen b4,
Okay.
as you were discussed, was very, very interesting.
Take the rook.
Queen takes, and then computer insists on this move.
Oh.
And yeah, I may say very, very easy to find sequence. Bishop h3, knight to c7, king to d7. You take on a8, you develop the king, so by breaking all the rules, right? I mean, king on d2, king on d7, and this is equal. This is what computer suggests. And then one of the moves, like you can take the knight, you can seemingly play b7, b6 for whatever reason. So you can imagine how hard it is to play such a position over the board.
Yeah, and rapid chess as well. I like that symmetry of the king on d7 and the king on d2. And I do agree with the computer wholeheartedly that after, in the game position, b2 takes c3, bishop a3, just stop for a moment. You don't think the position's that bad. I mean, materially speaking, the position's even. But the problem is, this is an absolutely enormous square. When the knight does land on c4, for example, if we just play a move or two, bishop castles, knight c4, you can start to see right away, like, well, black has a very comfortable position, tickling the bishop. The rooks are going to be perfectly, beautifully centralized, and no targets. Look at black's structure versus white structure.
Yeah,
so
I
I like Fabi's
Here,
position.
definitely
Sorry.
black is
Yeah.
preferable. So I think as strange as it is after g3 to not fianchetto the bishop, maybe that's what Magnus needs to do after bishop a3, just play e4.
And yeah,
Control
just
the c4 square.
give up the idea, pardon me, that was supposed to go to G, of having a nice Catalan bishop and just defending the square c4. But an opening,
Magnus just
by
made
the
a
way,
very
yeah.
different move. Knight c2, he didn't take on c3. Oh, he wants to take on c3 with the bishop, I
For
guess.
sure, if he could. And these two very experienced gladiators have been going head to head for
Wow.
quite a number of years, but I'll tell you what, Magnus is better than 2-1.
They've played 68 rapid games.
Only. Yeah, the trilogy
Yes.
on rapid chess between them, but 37 wins. That's a pretty overwhelming score. And jump over to Croatia, Zagreb, as Cristian has a special guest in studio.
Thanks, Yasser. I'm with Zvonimir Frka-Petesic, the Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister here in Croatia. Zvonimir, first of all, welcome to the show. Tell us about your first move. How excited were you to do that?
I'm always excited since we have the Grand Chess Tour for the fourth time in Croatia. It's really a very big event, and it's incredible to have so many top world chess player, Magnus Carlsen, of course, Wishy, Anand, the former world champion, of course, Garry Kasparov, who is our fellow citizen and who helped us a lot to bring a Grand Chess Tour to Croatia, and we were grateful for that. And that's the reason why also the government is supporting it, and the Prime Minister also came for I don't know, I think the third time to open officially the Grand Chess Tour this year also. So it's really very nice for the young generation, especially to have such a number of top players to see from first hand their incredible moves, and it's very important for us also to develop chess in schools.
Tell us about that. What are the goals, the long-term goals for the young generation?
Actually, you are aware that we are the only country in the world with a chessboard on our flag.
Yes,
so it's the Grand Chess Tour had to be in Croatia, at least that Croatia had to be among the countries hosting Grand Chess Tour. And of course, I'm kidding, but historically, the very first Croatian chessboard was 8x8. Now it's 5x5. So we really had a true chessboard on our coat of arms. And for us, it's very important to develop chess, especially in school, because you have so many games, so many video games, but none of them can compete with chess when it comes to how long we play chess for 1 millennium and 15 centuries. And I'm sure that chess will be played for many, many centuries to come, and from that perspective, it will beat all the, other video games. So it's something which is very, let's say, part of the general culture in Croatia. And it develops also many skills which are very useful for
What
the young.
would you say those main attributes that chess develop are?
I will say fair play. I will say also the ability of self-control, control emotion, because you see a good move, but you don't want it to be seen by your opponent. You don't have to. You have to, show no emotion. But also you have to you have to decide not between two incredible good moves, but most of the time among the less worse move.
Yeah.
So it's a school of deciding how to decide what is the best trade-off. And also combining, calculating, logic, analytics, and also maybe a very good balance between strategy and tactics. Because, for instance, the Go is maybe 90% strategy, while I would say, maybe I'm wrong, but that chess is half-half. So it's a very good, in my view, a very good game.
Zvonimir, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Who is your favorite player in this event?
Of course, we have our fellow citizen Ivan Saric, who was the European champions, and we are supporting Ivan, of course. And for the other players, it's really difficult to choose among them, because they have a very different style of playing, and there is also a very big difference in generation. We have Viswanathan, who is a veteran,
and he's doing amazing.
Yeah, and we have a young generation like Gukesh, like Firouzja, and some others, and so I think it will be interesting, and of course Magnus Carlsen, who is always very incredible in the combination he does, and Fabiano here also. We just
big
see
battle.
Him. Big battle. Fabiano is also incredible, and so we hope that Ivan Saric will do his best. Yeah.
Zvonimir, listening to you and seeing your knowledge of chess, I think Croatian chess is definitely on good hands. Thank you very much for your
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. It's always nice when the politicians come and say chess helps the nation grow. That's just fabulous. Exciting stuff is happening in the Fabi game. Magnus has sacrificed a pawn in the game between Nepo and Firouzja, a game that if you said, this could also impact first place, I wouldn't disagree. The positions super double-edged after this move, knight h3 check. That was a little bit of a shock. King f1, bishop f5, and you and I have been discussing g takes h3, and you were saying that you kind of like black's position, and I was saying I kind of like white's position. Tell me
you were
why.
shocked when I told you.
Yeah, tell me why you like black's position.
Well, as long as we keep the queens on the board, I like black because
the king?
White's king, yes. Of
But-
course, if queens come off, only white will be playing for a win.
But from my point of view, I've got two knights, two minor pieces versus a rook, and you don't even have a pawn yet for it. If I play rook f1 and I, how do you say, clarify my issues on the king side, I'll be material ahead.
Yes, but I don't think you can clarify your issues on the king side.
Okay, why not? Okay, so
The doubled pawns are really bad, right, on each file. So
agreed.
maybe black can improve on the king side, g6, h5, put more pressure on f3.
G6, rook f1. Okay, finally I'm finally ready to jump happily with my knight. If I can, knights love protected squares. If I can play h4 and knight g5, I'm going to warm up to the task. Miro, jump in on this discussion we're having. Two minor pieces versus the rook and a weakened white king. What say you?
Well, I have no say since I've looked at computer evaluation. Well, few inaccuracies by the players. Knight h3 was indeed a very clever move, but according to the machine, he had to follow it up with an exchange sacrifice. So rook takes f3. Well, once again, according to the machine, was better than some knight g5 with a check on h3, and it's relatively balanced. It gives an evaluation of about 0. And by the way, white's best bet is not to save the rook on e4, but to go something like king e2.
Interesting.
Now, what happened in the game, after bishop f5, turns out rook e3 is the best move, and I think that's black's problem. So black wants some complication, but as long as white just keeps it solid, so rook e3 and then rook a to d1, I don't know if, yeah, it is already played. So knight f4, rook to d1, and yeah, white's better now, or slightly better. And then to clarify on your discussion,
yes.
Nazi has an upper hand in this one. She felt the initiative better than you, pardon me. So after, your line is perfectly sound up to a point, rook e8, queen g4, and then it's a very, very computerish thing once again. Black has to play rook e6, and
e6.
Then this is where white finds it awkward because
queen f7.
there is still a pin on the f file, and it seems doesn't matter what you do. The next move is queen to f7.
Have missed this one.
Great
Something
idea.
like
really
rook to g1, queen to f7, and black once again doesn't win the material immediately, but it's extremely awkward for white. Rook f6 is always a threat. Yeah, so in this case, black would be better.
Wow. So simply rook e3, rook d1.
Rook d1. Yeah. Well, now it
there's
actually
a backward
says
for
equal.
d6. I like it. Yeah. Thank you, Miro. And turning our attention once again to the marquee matchup between Magnus and Fabi. Something about Magnus's clock there.
Yeah, I think he's down to 9 minutes. Meanwhile, Fabi has 21 minutes. He's very well prepared for this game. And his position also looks very good. Fabi's, that is.
When we left it, there was the move knight c2, attacking the bishop. Obviously, the bishop does not want to retreat. The bishop retreats. We simply play bishop takes c3, and we're in the driver's seat. But there is this move knight a2, which was played by Fabi. Takes, takes. Now we've got a knight c2 check sighting. So we can either take the knight on a5, which was the choice in the game, or we can take the knight on b4. He took on a5, and after check, knight d4, f2, f3. Not the very first move that comes to mind, but f2, f3, and bishop e6 on the board as Fabi is, oops, that was supposed to be simply knight c6. Fabi's preparing castles long, knight c6, and his last move, bishop e6, means there's no rook e5 with a check, and bishop is coming to b3. What can I say? It's an extra pawn, time on the clock, everything's going in Fabi's...
White has any compensation right
just
now?
Just the two bishops, right?
But it's not, like, your two bishops is a compensation when they're good bishops.
Okay, so he did play in the game bishop c3, tickling the knight, reminding there's knight g7, and instead of playing a move like knight c6, which I think most players would have played, I'm seeing b6 on the board.
Very nice in-between move.
You like
Taking
it?
the rook out, yes.
Yeah, because it's like, where does my rook go? Okay, picking allows us
down to a1, I can attack you with another tempo, knight b3. So
yeah, that's one I really don't like. Whether you include castles or knight b3 immediately, I'm not happy with. So my rook is actually messed up. So if
we can see on the camera Magnus's body language. He's not happy at all.
Not happy.
He's in a lot of trouble already.
Okay, but imagine rook g5. So I want to,
that was played in the game, and Fabi castled long.
Okay.
And Magnus just played king e1.
Okay, so this is what I was trying to say: is if we get into a position where I'm not losing a rook, by the way. It's like my rook really doesn't have that many squares, and once you see a move like g6 and f6, you start to say, well, where does my rook go? If I don't lose my rook, I'm hoping that I will have compensation with the two bishops, but I don't feel it. I feel a real disharmony.
Not lose the rook, White will have to take on d4 at some point,
Okay.
just so rook has b5.
Right.
And after that, we have same color bishops with an extra pawn for black.
Which is great.
And it's going to be 3 versus 1 on the queen side, so it's a huge advantage for black.
So if I'm in black shoes and I just play the move g6 here, king f2, and if I play, for argument's sake, f6, and this is what you were saying, at some point you're going to have to take the knight on d4 in order to give your... But rook b5 is like, wait a minute, why are we happy about rook b5? But this one looks terrible. But Miro, you have our tournament leader to contend with.
Right. I mean, first of all, let me confirm on your evaluation of Magnus's game. It does look terrible for White.
Right.
Well, perhaps something was missed, and now Fabi seems to be clearly winning. And speaking of Vish's game, remember we were talking about Black's difficulties of developing the king side, and we've forgotten about one very typical idea that Saric played in the game. You push the h-pawn, and you disturb this queen on g3, and it turned out to work perfectly well. So White goes f3, e7, e5 now. Knight is pushed back, then after h4 the queen has to go back. You don't want to go to g5 because rook h5, the queen would be trapped.
Right.
h3, so once again, now we already know that the engine, the neural net, they really like pushing those pawns, and this is something I believe we've learned from them. So the pawn on h3 is actually nice. Bishop e7, rook f to d1, and then, well, I think it's also kind of maneuver worth noting that you can't really castle because you will drop the h-pawn, so it's an artificial castle. You go to f8, you go g6 and king g7. That's what he has done on the next few moves. King to g7, rook d2, and the last move played was knight to f8 to e6, while eyeballing those weakened dark squares. Well, computer gives around equal, and I think in a practical game, White has more challenges to overcome. So, well, very nicely done by Saric so far.
Excellent, thank you, Mira. Very nicely done by Fabi so far, because what we just seen looks like a full disaster for the #1 seed in the tournament. After king f2, f6, realizing there's nothing going on with bishop d4, rook d4, Magnus sacrificed an exchange, or was forced to give up the exchange, however you want to look at it. Bishop takes g4, f takes g4, and this is just an overwhelming material advantage, I would say, for Fabi at this point. And it's not like our two bishops are roaring either,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus resigns soon.
Very, very soon. It looks terrible, and and look at his body posture.
How often does Magnus collapse in 20 moves with white pieces?
This
Probably
is
never.
incredibly rare. I certainly, it's been ages.
Preparation, move knight a5.
I really threw him off, no question about it. Another game, Firouzja's game, I really like what Nepo has done. Anastasiya, as at the opening of the show, he explained to Nepo at the breakfast table, I explained to her, how do I win one game in a row? Well, yeah, one game in a row is doable. King g1, knight g6, and This backward pawn on d6 is very, very tender. How to attack it? Well, I really like this move, knight on f3 to d2. First of all, the half-open f-file, you're kind of getting away from bishop g4, any ideas.
Going to e4.
But what you really are doing is you're going to e4 so that you could put pressure on d6. And this move, knight d2, just, you know, it's like a star-studded move. Ding, 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 ding. You just feel like it hits everything. And in their matchups, their head-to-head matchups, wow, that's a lot of wins
Firouzja
between
has a
between the
little
players.
advantage, 9 wins for Firouzja, 7 for Ian, and 9 draws.
That's a lot of play and a lot of decisive games. Knight to d2. These players do not like draws between themselves, and I like what Nepo has done. Yeah, thus far.
I think one game we haven't looked at yet is Duda
Yes.
against Lupulescu. It's board 4.
Yeah.
I think White didn't get much out of the opening.
This is
What do
one
you
of
think?
those, yeah, early h4, h7, h6 lines. I used to play this with White, but I must say I never had an occasion where my opponent got his queen on h5 like that. That's sort of like crimps. And let's just quickly, okay, interesting. But I think a handshake may be coming very, very shortly between Magnus and Fabi.
Fabi must be very pleased with his preparation today.
Yeah, you know, double rations for the seconds in this game. Miro, I mean, we were just between ourselves saying, when did when did Magnus have a collapse with the white pieces this egregious? And it's been a while.
It's been a while. It's really, really hard to recall anything like it from the past years. Right, well, he will hardly survive till move 30, and I believe he could have resigned by move 20. So
Right.
something really, really bad happened. I believe I might have an idea, because once again, the position was unfamiliar to him, and I think from afar, he must have missed something along the lines of this knight c2 move, because at least according to machine, black is already better, but if black plays something quote-unquote normal knight c6, then interestingly white might have some compensation. Rook to g5, if g6, some bishop to c3, you push the rook away, you start moving your h-pawn forward, so in this case, it's a little bit easy on white. But after check on c2 and knight d4, white is never on time.
It's just that simple.
Yeah, it's just bad.
Yeah, and the current position, there was a little trick, a trap that Magnus had set. He played the move king f3, seemingly blundering his e1. No. There is a discovered check, bishop
Well,
a6.
I think what's funny is that even if Fabi fell for it,
It would still be good.
He
Actually,
because there's b5 at the end of
precisely. Maybe he should have fallen into the nasty trap. You do lose an exchange, but once you see the move b5, you go, whoa, 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 because the bishop is trapped in king b6. In any case, you can. It just goes to show how really excellent the position is for Fabi here as rook b1. I mean,
He's taking his time, enjoying this winning position against Magnus.
yeah, you don't get these opportunities to enjoy this kind of position. But rook b1, I think, would produce a handshake. Again, you look at Magnus's body posture on the camera there.
He's probably trying to figure out where he went wrong exactly.
That happens to me, you know, when I'm sitting there, I'm in a lost position, I reflect on why I woke up, what did I do, you know, where was my blunder? Sometimes, you see the players sometimes looking at their score sheet. I think they're going through that whole mental rejiggering themselves. And rook b1, and Magnus said, well, okay, I can always resign. Rook b1, check this out. And bishop takes h7. And there is an h-pawn. What did he do? Pardon me. After bishop takes h7.
Oh, did Fabi have? Yeah, we have an error on Lee chess, right?
Yes,
Because
exactly.
It looks like he blundered a rook, but he did not.
He did not. He played, okay,
He played
king
rook b1, and
c7.
there we go. We have a handshake.
And we do have a handshake. Wow. I thought that this was a very, very big game coming into the round today. It was, but the way Fabi won right out of the opening was really something we don't see.
It's going to be interesting to see if Magnus will recover today after this game.
And turning our attention over to you, Miro, as you have Duda, who at one time used to lead the tournament.
Yeah.
Now nobody cares.
Right.
Except for me. I mean,
He used to lead the tournament,
him.
right. And let me inform you, yes, I'm very happy with my pick when we are talking about the players who are, you know, in fight for winning the event. But we'll talk about a little bit later. Duda's game against Lupulescu. If we scroll a little bit back, you're absolutely right. This Queen H5, according to what I have, is a novelty. It's a very unusual move.
Right.
You would very often have this position with white pawn being on H2 and black pawn being on H7, isn't it? Right? So this inclusion on move 7 of move H2, H4, insisting on H5, and then black reacts with H7, H6, changes the position quite a bit. Because without those pawns, black has an idea of playing bishop H3, right? With pawns being on H2, H7. So now it looks a little bit strange, even though computer tends to like it. And then just a couple of moves away from the current position, when white has played B2, B4, seemingly in a very clever way using the double pin, so you can't take with the C pawn because rook C6, right? You can't take with the knight because queen D7, but in fact, B2, B4 was a mistake because black could have come up with a very nasty pin. Queen G4, missed by both players, I believe. So now it's a pin along the fourth rank, and at the same time, the bishop is protected. And this would give black a substantial advantage, this move. And instead of the knight E5, queen B3, bishop E6, queen A3, now it's white who is better. Black really has to take on B4, queen B4. Now the queen on H5 is awkward, and it's a very typical English opening, right? I mean, white controls the C file, white has some pressure on the queen side, so yeah, now it seems to be in Duda's favor.
That position, Miro, if you don't mind, where you played the move queen G4, I can really imagine that mentally you don't look at that move, because when you see queen G4, rook C4, intuitively you just stop. You go, why did I play queen G4 and invite rooks? Until you see the move knight D4.
Or even knight B4, as
the
engine
B4
tells us, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's very important that the queen protects the bishop. So
that's the point, yeah. But once you see rook C4, you mentally switch off. You don't see the next move. But thank you for that, Miro. Let's jump over to Zagreb as Cristian is caught up with Fabiano.
Fabi, a victory against Magnus, it's always sweet, but a victory with the black pieces in 20 minutes, that's even better. Tell us about the opening phase. You surprised everybody with this move, knight to A5. What's the story of this?
Well, I prepared this in 2018 for the match against Magnus. I mean, we were just checking like random English lines, and I kind of forgot about this D4 line, basically for a few years, and then recently Magnus started to play it. For example, he played it in Poland against Wojtaszek. He beat him. He played it online a bit. I think he's having very good results with this line. I didn't check it today, but I checked it like a few weeks ago, and it's very straightforward. This whole knight A5, D5 line. I mean, it kind of gets a bit crazy, but it's very forcing. Like, he has to take on B4 if he wants to try for an advantage, or even
at which point?
After bishop D7. I mean, he has to take on B4. Bishop H3. Sorry, queen H1, queen A5, bishop H3. Yeah, and now this was a draw somehow. Oh no, it's not queen A5. It's knight CB5, isn't it? Or knight DB5. Actually, you see, I don't remember the details of this at all. The knight DB5. It's some sort of draw. Yeah. This I kind of remember, this position. And okay, this was
some crazy stuff.
Obviously, I'm not remembering anything, but it's somehow a draw.
But the thing is, whatever you're remembering gives black the advantage, so it's probably a good thing.
Yeah, it's very safe for black. That's the thing. White has to kind of navigate the way to equality, and I didn't remember the details, but I was quite happy when Magnus started to think, because of course white can't go for this. if you don't know it. But what he went for is very unpleasant endgame. I mean, I was surprised by knight c2, but I thought, okay, bc3, bishop c5. I thought he would maybe try knight b3, bishop b6, take, and c4. Like, I thought, okay, he tries to exchange everything, put the king on c3, and obviously white is groveling quite a lot here, but hey, drawing chances are anyway high. And then he gave a pawn, and I thought that it's like very bad. Like, I didn't see how he's, after knight d4, I didn't see any move to survive.
Yeah.
It's very important that like bishop c3, well, I don't know, very important, but I was going to castle.
Yeah.
Okay, he can maybe play this, but I actually didn't see king e2 here. I see the computer says white can still fight on, but I thought, okay, exchange up.
Yeah, you're definitely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, or if he goes for something like this is obviously quite pathetic because I'm just up a pawn and even I have a better position. So it's not just up a pawn, but also I'm better. And then in the game, his rook got trapped. I mean, he had to play rook e5. Okay, he fights on, but he just blundered his rook as well.
Fabi, great start to day 2. We'll let you go get some rest, get ready for the next game, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian, and congratulations to Fabi.
Great game.
Seriously, it's all going very well. Jumping to a game that's really surprising, Nepo is trying to put together a win.
His first win in this tournament.
And for
I think
Firouzja,
Anastasia's advice just worked.
yes. Well, what to say? We left it after knight d2, and since the move knight d2 was played, everything has gone swimmingly for Nepo. Trades on e4, queen h4, g3, queen h5, gift me the pawn, and maybe it was this move that threw Firouzja off. He must have missed knight e8, and the impact of that move. Nepo's an exchange and a pawn to the good, and he's very cruising. Yesterday was terrible, just a bad day.
Well, actually, it could have been worse.
And it could have been worse, yes.
Yes, I think in both of the games against Gukesh and Carlsen, he was worse.
Much worse.
And he saved those games.
Right.
So maybe he's just getting in form now after this. Yesterday was warm-up.
Well, there's nothing like a victory to change your mindset. I want to put it like that. And at this moment, he's really on his way, exchanging a pawn to the good. And this move, queen c2, really, really does put the kibosh on the counterplay for black, because now this pin is just...
Black pieces can't move.
Yeah, exactly. It's just awful. And things are really cruising in Nepo's favor. Let's pick up our tournament leader, because that game, unlike so many others, has a board full of pieces.
Only one pair of pawns have been exchanged?
Thus far,
That's
right.
it, yeah.
When we left it, Miro had said, push the pawn to h3, get rid of the queen's pressure on the g7 square. And to my way of thinking, I'm really happy with the black pieces of this. I mean, I see a lot of very nicely coordinated black pieces. I'm seeing rook takes c3 as a usual type of sacrifice. I'm seeing d5 ideas for black, and it's sort of like white is going to be reacting. And let's just catch up quickly with the players. So knight f8 and knight d7, there's a handshake.
Yeah, Nepo won his game.
For Firouzja, where he had a bad start, but the bad start is continuing. By the way, continuing with Vichy after knight a2,
Vichy just
queen
played
a5,
G5.
and g5. Okay, just trying to...
This is such a complicated strategical position, and they have 5 minutes on the clock.
Oh my goodness. Jump in, Miro. There's a board full of pieces, and a lot of the pieces look completely discombobulated. What's going on? Knight h5, and I didn't want to suggest this because I thought it hung the pawn on h3.
And right you are, Yasser. Knight h5 is a mistake, after which bishop takes h3 leads to white's advantage.
Right.
Right, so knight g5, knight to h5, and then he can just take, according to machine.
Yeah, what did Saric miss?
I have an idea on what has happened. They both, I think, missed quite a bit. And I will have to return, wait a second, I will have to return to this position perhaps. So when it all started, after rook d2, knight f8, Vichy went a3, a4. And usually you would criticize this move, right? Like you've played a3 and then you play a4 with a tempo loss, you know, in a very tempo-based position. But I believe that after knight a2, he missed queen a5. Because if black goes a5, there is bishop b6.
Right.
And then I start picking up your pawns, yeah? After queen a5, it turns out that if bishop b6 played, the pawn is hanging.
Right.
Then after b3, and then this is where Saric, well, misplayed it a little bit, because he had to deal with bishop b6 threat, trapping the queen, that's obvious, and it was better done by knight f6 to d7, avoiding g5 altogether.
Right.
Or, alternatively, he could have stepped in this bishop b6, just played d5. That is usually how computer deals with your threats, right? I have a threat, computer says, I don't care. Because if bishop b6 takes, and then immediately winning the queen back, and just pay attention how uncoordinated white pieces are.
Right.
And this is much better for black. While in the game currently,
I don't think there was knight h5.
there wasn't knight h5,
Yeah.
pardon me. There was some glitch, right?
Yes.
So knight e8 was played. Rook a to
Because
d1.
knight h5, bishop h3 is perfectly...
Yeah, it was lights out.
Right.
But even then, after queen d8, knight takes b4, a5, computer heavily favors white. So now knight to d5, and the knight that was in the other line was, you know, really, really sad on a2. Now it's a mighty horsey on d5.
Continue the position, if you don't mind, Miro, because there's bishop takes g5 after knight d5. Yeah,
Right, and if you would be playing against me, I'd be scared with white. But you know, but computer
you
says
have
bishop
confidence.
d5. Bishop d5. White is much better. That's it.
Wow.
I don't know.
Confidently played. Bishop b5 looks like a very good move.
Right. Basically, it says the king is not in danger, and in some cases, as I can imagine, even like king h1, rook to g1, and maybe white's going to use the g file. So that's, you know, that's interesting. But once again, this game, unlike the rest of our round, has only reached move 26, players being low on time, 4.5 minutes each. So everything can happen.
All right. And just turning our attention to Duda. Again, Duda, yesterday, he started with 2 wins. Could have easily been 3 in a row. At this exact moment, he is up material against Constantin and should be cruising
He didn't have
to
the
victory.
best position earlier, but he outplayed Constantin in the middle game, and now
Right.
looks like he's up a pawn, and black is
And
pinned.
just to remind everybody, 2 wins, nice
start.
start. Lost to Richie from a very good position.
He blundered a piece, it got trapped in
Yeah,
the middle on
95.
E5,
Yeah. And again, he looks to be winning at this moment, so he could be at 6 points, depending on the outcome of the game of Vichy, who's going to be first. Rook A1.
Going after the A7 pawn?
Exactly. And the problem is, it's not that easy to defend the A pawn. If you play A5, B6 is hanging. So bishop takes G7 and rook takes B6. You're welcome to trade. If you D2 is protected, but even so, rook takes G7 and rook takes A7 is the threat. I'm assuming we would play rook here.
Maybe pawn E5?
I know.
Tempting.
It is a little awkward to meet, right?
King H7, E6? It's interesting.
Right? Kind of a funny way. How did you manage to do that?
Rook F8 is the only move, and we can pick up more pawns. Rook A7.
And that's
extra
all
pawns,
she
yeah.
wrote.
We actually have that on the board. They just made those moves.
The players caught up with us, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, all the way up into E5.
Yeah.
But this is a very awkward move. It's remarkable. If you have to play E6 and allow bishop takes and rook takes, that's not a lot of fun.
He just played E6.
He did? Okay, so that's...
I think we're a little bit delayed on the live board.
Okay, yeah, I see that on the live board there, but it's strange to see that imbalance of 4 connected pass pawns versus 2 connected
rare.
pawns. Yeah, very unusual material imbalance. But Miro, over to you, because there are other games going, including the game of Richie and Gukesh.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. And I've mentioned that Anand and Saric keeping the tension, but these guys as well. So it's not, not a late end game, right? The position according to machine is still equal. And if you recall, it was this funny line with bishop d2. And in fact, I'm happy that once I've guessed how the game's going to go. So a6, king b1, queen c5 indeed. This endgame happened.
Right.
f2, f3, h7, h5. Once again, it's a very typical way to restrict white's advance on the king side. And here we are. Well, let's jump over to the current position on the board, right? So, well, computer says it's equal, and I suspect it's because it's hard for black. Interestingly, usually a rook on the c file is very useful, but now black would like this rook to join on the f file, because I would suspect, if you wouldn't tell me what the evaluation is, I would suspect black is better with 2 bishops, with some potential weaknesses of white's pawns. But perhaps the rook got stuck on the c file on c6, right? So computer says you can play a4, perhaps grabbing some space here, or start with bishop g5. Relatively balanced, and of course a lot of pressure on both players.
Yeah, I like
Right,
how
thank
the
you,
engine
Miro.
says triple zeros, but I think anything can happen in this game. And
For sure,
Rich is
3-result
definitely
game.
playing, I think, for a win because he has the 2 bishops. Yeah, easier to play for black.
Easier. Going back to our game of Duda for a moment, because even though we are 2 pawns up, it did occur to me that, well, after this move, rook e6, rook takes, well, excuse me, and I can't believe he played king f3.
He
I
wants
guess
to
he
have
did.
3 versus 1.
Yeah, king. I was about to say that, okay, we're going to play b5, king e4. We're going to play b4. We're going to try to get this rook behind the b pawn. And it's, even though we're 2 pawns up, it's not,
It's still tricky.
yeah, it's not completely cut and dry. Maybe we should play king to d3 and
Use
get
the
ready
king
to,
for defense.
yeah, you get ready to blockade the pawn in case of the move rook b7. And of course, we want to meet rook takes with rook takes a7. So maybe this move king d3 after b4 will bring a Duda success.
I can play f4 too, because if you go b3, then I'm still in time. I can play
King d3.
king d3. If b2, just rook b1 and king c2 would win the pawn.
b3, and then something like king c3. Well,
King
you
b2.
want to play king b2. Exactly. Perfect. Yeah, no, that's the dream position for white, and that's exactly what Duda wants. Gukesh,
Duda is under
Richie,
1 minute, so
and
things can still go wrong.
of the 3 remaining games, again, I kind of feel like there could be a lot of decisive games
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
this particular round. Vichy did play after bishop takes g5. He did play the move bishop b5, bishop c6, king h1, bishop takes, knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen b6, c4, knight c5. And again, even though the computer might say, big advantage white, with the time, with all the pieces on the board, I still see this as a 3-result game. I don't think Vichy is like super confident that, I have a +2 advantage or something like that.
Yes, because there's still a lot of pieces on the board, so.
Exactly.
But he definitely has a huge advantage.
Well,
Black's position is very passive.
Indeed. And Richie's playing on increment. What is the time situation?
So
They're
Richie
at
has
22 seconds versus
seconds,
3.5
yeah.
minutes for Gukesh. But I hear what you're saying. The 2 bishops, it's easier.
It's
for-
easier to blunder for white than it is for black.
There's the blunder potential, Miro. You have to constantly worry about the blunder potential.
Right, there was always is, yes, it turns out.
We do have a result, by the way. Duda has won, putting the pressure, keeping the pressure, I would say, on Anand. B4, king d3, as expected, rook b7, king c2, and rook a6. And Constantin had seen enough. He basically says, okay, my pawns are stopped. You know, the rook, the king, and I'm not stopping 4 connected pass pawns. As soon as you play f4, it start rolling. And Duda, 3 out of 4, 3
Not
victories, very, very good. And 3 for 3 in terms of game results.
Right. Anand just improved his position, I believe, because the A file opened up for his rooks.
So he traded off his b3 pawn for the a4 pawn. And
Well, I think Ivan played a4, which probably only benefits white.
Right. So rook a2 on the board. I'm assuming we have to go back with the
Because
knight.
if rook c4, queen b3 wins the piece, I think.
That looks like a pretty good one. The old double attack. It gets him every time. So rook a2 on the board, and expecting what you said, knight c5, and you've got the open a file, rook to a1 and rook to a7 on Vishy's agenda.
And Saric is down to 25 seconds.
And here we go,
Vishy
knight
has
c5.
2.5 minutes. Yeah, this is looking very, very good for white. Where is black queen going to go?
It's one of those things, too. It's like white has all of the positional trumps, and you start to see moves like knight f5 check and rook a7, and it sort of feels like you're not going to be able to deal with everything. And
6 seconds for Ivan.
it's 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Knight c7 made with 6 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Vish is going for knight f5.
Knight f5 check looks like a real goodie.
Nice, because there's queen e7 check and rook g1. Is that the idea?
Indeed, you got you. Boy, did you wake up on the right side of the bed today? Look at that, really nice. That was instantly found. And you know, these kinds of moves are as easy as a baby's smile, as natural as a baby's smile. 4. Well, hold on. What am I saying?
It's +3 now.
No, so he's got 7 out of 8.
8.
Yes.
Wow, incredible result.
Nice. Knight f5 check, and Ivan Saric, well, 3 for 3, and no. Well, wait a minute. What am I saying? It's 4 for 4 in terms of decisive games, and maybe we'll see a 5th decisive game as well. Let's jump to Gukesh versus Richie Rapport. We just have b5 on the board. Knight takes a6 and d5. The game just blew up, but for whom?
With Richie 12 seconds on the clock.
Wait a minute. Oh, there is bishop f5. I was at, what am I missing? I'm thinking rook e1 wins a piece.
Which was played.
But there is bishop f5 check.
You can also include take on c4, right?
With a check, yeah. Check. And
So,
what a crazy position with only seconds.
Richie opened up the position for his bishops, which is great, but he has no time.
And his king is still in the center. And by the way, isn't rook takes d5?
That's a good move.
Gukesh is kicking here, and kicking well, Miro.
Rook e5 is the only move to keep the position balanced for white, otherwise white is in trouble. Yes, I'm amazed with these guys how they keep finding the best moves even though being on seconds.
Exactly.
Rook takes d5. Now black needs bishop g3 and so on and so on. It's a very tactical position, and they are still coming up with resources.
4 seconds for
4
Richie.
seconds. 3.
2.
He played bishop c3, not bishop g3. Rook d1 very quickly.
Still
Gukesh,
fine. Yeah, still fine.
Gukesh is actually saying, hey, wait a minute. Maybe it's opportunity is knocking for me. I've got rook d8 check in my pocket as a way of forcing trades.
I don't know whose king is worse.
Exactly. Knight is ready to jump.
Just knight c5 now?
Knight c5. Gukesh has much. The shaking of the board. I don't know if that's the legs of the players, nervous.
I think that's Richard's knee.
Yeah, he's nervous as the camera's getting a little rock. Knight c5,
Gukesh
king
still
f7.
has more time, but not that much, 45 seconds.
Miro, well, what do the engines assess this? I'm saying it's a 3-result game.
Right you are. And moreover, now that I'm looking through last 15 moves, it seems that it was always balanced. There was one tiny moment, especially when you switched on, and rook e1 and black could have gotten an advantage. And since then, they keep finding good moves. So now
As
black
you'd
needs,
expect, yeah.
Yeah, white needs king f4 out
King
of the
f4.
2 possible moves. King f4, yeah, and he finds it.
So you're saying it's triple zeros?
Well, 0.1 in somebody's favor. So basically, yes.
Wow.
Rook takes a2 on the
takes
board.
A2.
Now, rook takes f4, pardon me, rook takes f5. I am allowing rook f2
Ooh, I like
check.
knight b7.
Oh, yeah, that's a
Knight
a
found in
visual,
great square.
as that's going to be a triple
Probably
attack.
Bishop b4 just to
Bishop
exchange-
b4, c5.
Oh, c5, yeah.
To
Wait, c5? I would blunder so easily here.
I think
either
we
side.
Could, yeah, I
It
think
probably
we all
is
could.
close to a draw because once again, computer gives a check on f2, and well, maybe Richard Rapport is the computer, and then the other rook to e2. That's what computer says.
It makes
And he's
perfect
done it.
sense.
Isn't it impressive with seconds
Very
on the clock?
impressive.
Keeps playing the best moves.
It's extraordinary. It truly is. The crazy part is the players have come to expect it of themselves,
Right.
right? I mean, they criticize themselves when in an interview, why didn't I play bishop e1? Wait a minute, rook takes e1, rook
This
takes
rook takes
g2,
G2.
I don't get mated, right?
And is that a draw?
Yeah, I
no,
think
no,
it's
it's not a draw.
incredible.
Because on king f3 I have bishop g4 check.
exactly.
And then rook e1.
Yeah,
And then
rook
I'm
takes e1
losing.
it would be a blunder.
So
Wow.
I have to play king h2,
King h2 looks like a losing move.
doesn't it? But he's
Right.
done it. And by the way, how much time does Gukesh have?
36 seconds.
Oh
and
my
Rich is down to
goodness.
5 seconds right now.
Well, bishop e4 is going to be met by
Nice.
knight d6. But we thought c5 was the answer to bishop b4. Didn't we?
Maybe I have some bishop. No, I don't have bishop e4.
Exactly. I always have knight d6 check.
After c5, you can take twice on g2. Maybe that's
Then
the
bishop
reason.
e4.
c5
Oh
is a good
my!
move.
What a nice trick that is.
By the way, out of 4.
Whoa!
rook f3, a funny
Instantly,
move.
instantly played. Rook b5, rook f3,
Just
threatening mate
mate.
in one. That's a visual.
So white rook has to move.
White rook has
Rook
to move.
a1, rook d1.
Where? That
d1
a-
is the only square according to machine, and don't
And-
ask me why.
And Gukesh is the machine.
he
played
finds
rook
it.
d1.
Who's the machine there?
Wow.
Richie or
So can
Gukesh?
Richie repeat with rook f2 now?
Well, can we go check and then rook g3?
That's what he's doing.
That's what he's done. And he always has the perpetual in his pocket. You can take the bishop, but I've got at least a perpetual.
Is black
Do
winning?
I have more, Miro?
Yes, you do. Rook b4 loses to rook g takes g2.
And a bishop
check
h3.
on f2 and then rook a2 for whatever reason, but black
Right.
is winning.
He's
Now-
reaching for it. He's done it. He's taken the bishop.
Okay.
2 seconds on the
okay, let's
clock.
find out.
And
Check.
we'll find out if this combination is working for black.
He always has a draw, of course.
Always.
But where is the win? I don't see it.
Well, it's something with bishop h3, right?
Rook e check to f2, king e1.
He's played bishop h3.
is a draw because of rook b3, according to machine. Yeah, rook b3 is the resource that keeps white alive.
Because I wanted to play rook check and then king g1, then the other rook. But you're right, rook b3, and he's found it.
Yeah, and in order to win, he had to give a check on f2
First.
move the rook from f2 to a2, so it won't be hanging.
Gotcha. And
so now
he's
it's
gone
only
for
a
the
draw.
perpet.
Now it's only a draw, yeah.
Incredible.
Wow. Well, with just seconds on the clock to see that nuance would have been impressive, to say the least.
I mean, I've got all the time. I still don't see the difference.
Well, the idea was that the rook on e2 wouldn't be hanging.
So you would have rook.
Yeah,
Okay.
rook h2,
Okay.
right.
That's such a subtlety.
Nice, nice. And there it is, Frka-Petesic coming up with 10 seconds on the clock. Richie,
But what a fighter, Richie.
wow.
2 seconds, just don't flag.
No, but I'm also impressed by Gukesh. He kept his cool throughout, and he's saying, I'm going to claim the draw with just back and forth repetition, and the players. The only draw of the round.
Yeah.
Terrible, right? Great stuff. Tell the audience where he missed it, just the victory at the end, because it's a very nice, and this pattern you really should hardwire into your brain. Go ahead.
Yes, so here it turns out the only move was to force elimination of one of the bishops. To go knight d6, and then you have a choice of capturing the knight or moving the king. I'll capture your bishop, and that would somehow hold. And in our game, after rook b4, he's done it. First move, well, obvious, check, king f1. And then, as we've already discussed, it was a check and rook to a2, so that you are threatening checkmate in one. And if white says, OK, I go king f1, now bishop h3 works. And the point being, of course, that as in the game rook b3, there is rook g3, checkmate in two, in fact. Rook g3, king goes, rook g1.
And the whole point is there's not a rook on e2.
Yeah, the rook on e2 is not hanging, so
Exactly.
as it was in the game, right? So after rook b3, he would have liked to go rook h2 or rook g3, but then the other rook would be hanging.
Exactly.
And apart from this little moment, yes, I think this must be the highest quality game so far.
Yeah,
Interestingly enough.
Thank you, Mira. That's a really a beautiful one, that rook a2 first. As we get prepared for break, I was going to say after this round, let's check in with our friends at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame jacket. This is the newest edition of the World Chess Hall of Fame jacket, and it is not to be missed. These jackets are 95% polyester and 5% spandex and feature an outstanding, durable, hot-pressed logo of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the front. It's available in men's and women's styles at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. As we get prepared for break, first we're going to show our standings, Nasi. A very eventful round 4.
And after 4 rounds, Anand remains his lead with 7 points.
Right.
Still closely following Jan-Krzysztof Duda, just 1 point behind. And now Fabi and Richard are with +1?
Yes.
Still
But a
with +1.
very, very big victory by Fabi indeed. And as we go to break, Anastasiya got a chance to catch up with the players for some interviews. Hope you enjoy. We'll see you on the other side.
Fabiano, welcome to Zagreb. Welcome back, actually, to Zagreb. You played in 2019, and also my congratulations on your victory in Dortmund. You just come in from this event where castling was not possible, and I wonder if you have reached the conclusion: is it good to castle or not?
I think it's good to castle. I wonder how it would, how long I'd be able to survive if I couldn't castle, but my opponent could. I think maybe not very long against good players. It was definitely a pretty big challenge to try to adjust to that type of chess. So I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't want to play it every single tournament. So I'm glad to be playing normal chess again.
Yeah, but I think against whom in this tournament do you think it would work, this kind of strategy without castling?
Well, Richie is playing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
The reason I was thinking that was because in the candidates last year, we played a game where instead of castling, I moved my rooks to f1 and to d1. So it looked like I was trying to castle, but unable to figure out the rules where I actually also moved my king. And I think people kind of paid attention to that, and they almost called it like no castling chess, especially in the candidates, because it's such a serious tournament. You don't expect to see some kind of strange things. But during the game, you don't even think about it. Like, you're just making your moves, and sometimes some unusual things happen. So maybe against Richie, I think that we would manage quite well to find a way not to castle, even in normal chess.
Yeah, I think so too, because I remember that I was kind of checking when will be this moment he would castle in the games, and normally it was after move 15, and sometimes never happened, or things like that, yes.
No, he's a very original player for sure.
Yeah, and whom are you also looking forward to play in this event? It's a different field a little bit.
Yeah, I think Gukesh is always very interesting as a young player. Alireza, of course, Magnus. I think against Magnus, I haven't played Rapid and Blitz since the World Championship. We played one Blitz game, one Rapid game there. Okay, we played a lot of online, but speaking strictly about over-the-board chess, since the World Championships in Almaty, we haven't played any Rapid and Blitz. And we also avoided Armageddon in Norway. So that'll be interesting. And, you know, I like to see the young guys because they're always changing in terms of how they approach chess, how they play, and so it'll be interesting to see how they perform. And but I have to say, all the players are interesting. You know, it's not like you have any guys who are not fighting every game here. So I think we have a good mix of players.
Yeah, for sure. And you won the classical event in Romania, and now we're playing in Rapid and Blitz. I was wondering if you ever won any Rapid and Blitz event from Grand Chess Tour. I mean, do you recall?
No, I haven't.
You haven't.
I haven't. I can say that pretty confidently. The best I've gotten was second place, I think, in maybe more than once, but I remember one year Nakamura ran away with the tournament in St. Louis, Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis. I think it was 2021, but I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure it was 2021, and he was dominating it, and I was having a good tournament, but it was only enough for second. One of I felt it was kind of unfair last year. I was playing in Poland, and I scored +10, and I got 4th place, and I thought this is really not fair. At least like +10, you should get like 2nd place or something, but everyone was playing really well there. That was the issue. So sometimes even if you're playing well, you have to play better than your opponent. So
that's for sure. But does it bother you a little bit? You know, the fact that you have never won in your Rapid event.
I would definitely like to win. I have to say, in general, the Grand Chess Tour, I haven't had the best results for some reason over the years. I think the best I did was 3rd place in Grand Chess Tour. So I don't know why it is, but I haven't shown the consistency that some other players have who are very successful here, like let's say Wesley, obviously Magnus, Hikaru. So I'm hoping to improve this year.
That's great. And actually, speaking about Grand Chess Tour, what do you think Grand Chess Tour has? What kind of impact it has on the history of chess and let's say your own career?
Yeah, I think now we're starting to see the kind of resurgence and popularity of these giant chess tours that start at the beginning of the year and culminate. And the Grand Chess Tour was the first to do it. I think 2015 was the first time. And it looked very different in terms of the tournaments we were playing there, but the format was similar. And then at some point there was an innovation to have some sort of final, like a Final Four, which was, we played a few times in London, some sort of knockout, mini matches. And that was very interesting too. In fact, I hope at some point to see a return to that, because I like the idea of like a final and like final matches and some sort of big culmination of the event. But I think the idea of a tour, Grand Chess Tour, was definitely innovating, and now we see that it's a great format. A lot of other organizers are also trying it out.
Yeah, that's for sure. And about for yourself, for your chess development, did it help for you as a player to participate in all these events?
No, of course. It's been great every year to have a series of events that are super high level, high quality, well organized. I have to say, I don't know about like the development of my chess, because I was already kind of a decent player when this Grand Chess Tour started. But definitely every year it's been great to come back and to play these events.
Yeah, thank you so much, and all the best of luck for you in this one.
Thank you.
Zagreb. Thank you.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, young junior phenom Abhimanyu Mishra, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everybody, to our Grand Chess Tour. Oh, that round 4 was exciting. And afterwards, the standings, Nazi.
Right, let's take a look. Viswanathan still leading the tournament with 7 points out of 8.
Wow, but look at Jan Duda is really putting the pressure on him.
Yeah, just 1 point behind is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and then with +1 score, Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport.
Our number 1 seed at 50%, Magnus Carlsen. Jan just got a victory. But tell us about the pairings for round 5.
Exciting pairings. We have Firouzja playing Magnus Carlsen.
2 very wounded players looking at one another. Yes.
Richard Rapport playing Nepomniachtchi.
Nice.
Lupulescu playing Gukesh. Saric versus Duda. And Fabiano Caruana.
Wow, what a marquee matchup as we have number 1 and Viswanathan, our tournament leader, against Fabi. That's
who just defeated Magnus in about 20 moves.
Wow, as we get ready for this round 5, Miro, jump in. That was, I have to say, one of the most exciting rounds. And during our break, we looked at Gukesh and Richie, and what they did in those last 20 moves was remarkable.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it wasn't a flashy game, perhaps, but it was a very, very intense and very high-quality game played by Gukesh and Rapport. And I'm looking forward to Vishy's game against Fabi, or rather Fabi's against Vishy. Fabi with white pieces, you know, after beating Magnus with black in 20 moves, well, I'd be scared if I were Vishy.
Well, all of these guys are definitely monsters, but that is going to be a great game for sure. And, well, we got our predictions.
I'm not happy about this.
But you're competing, and that's what it's all about. I'm happy with Duda, and I think you're very happy too, Miro, with Fabi.
Yeah. Well, actually, it changed for the better, right? I mean, the moment I picked Fabi, it didn't look very well, but since then, maybe someone told him.
Yeah. But Danish, also happy with his choice with Richie. If Richie had played that move, Rook A2, he would have been happier still. But, oh, wow, what a start and we had today for this day 2.
You know, it's hard to believe that world number 1 Magnus Carlsen is in the middle of the standings.
True that. And again, Vishy, you know, 53 years young, and he just makes it look effortlessly when he's in his zone. Duda, by the way, once again, all of his games have been decisive. And he could have and he could have, the game he lost to Richie yesterday in round 3 could very easily have gone his way. And let's take a look at the head-to-head between these 2 gladiators.
Well, they've played a lot of games.
And it's really, really close.
Yes, 15 wins for Fabi, 14 wins for Vishy, and 21 draws.
In rapid chess, they know each other well, and it goes to show, you know, the longevity of...
I'm always amazed. How do they still surprise each other in openings when they have if we combine Rapid, Blitz, and Classical, they've had hundreds of games.
Clear. And I think, Miro, the answer to that question is the passion of the players. You just have to have this desire to come back again and again and again.
passion, dedication, and hard work can't be underestimated, Yasser. Because, yeah, well, a lot of people passionate about the game, you know, enjoy playing, but this work behind what really makes it different, right? We probably know how much Fabi works, how much Vishy works.
Let me tell you guys a bit of trivia that may come in very handy if ever you need to win a bar bet. Can you name a chess player who has a planet named after him?
Now I know it's Viswanathan.
But this is my problem with NASA. Why did they choose a minor planet? They should have had a major planet.
So apparently Alexander Alyoshin and Anatoly Karpov have also had planets named after him.
Nice. Vishy 4528 is what they call it. 4528.
It's a minor planet between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter.
The dwarf planets.
That's incredible.
Nice. I didn't know that about Karpov or Alexander Alyoshin either. And help me out, the Russian pronunciation for Alyoshin.
It's Alyoshin, yeah.
It's not Alekhine, what Americans would call Alekhine. No. As we get ready, this is a huge matchup. Miro, we saw the head-to-head, very, very close. Prediction, quickly.
E4.
D4. Oh,
E4. Computer has it as the best move.
And of course, the Caro Khan, just as Nazi and I were expecting. No E5s.
Always happy to see C6.
Right. No E5. The fantasy variation, F2, F3. I always love to play against the fantasy variation. I felt I was better.
And what do you choose here?
I would take on E4 and play E5.
It's the most aggressive line.
The most aggressive. But my choice B was F7, F6. Pardon me, G7, G6. Sorry. Why did I say F7, F6? G7, G6. Yeah. Pardon me, that was not my intent.
I've played Queen B6 and E6.
Yep.
Yeah, there's many moves, and I think Vish is choosing now.
But G6 is my backup line, and takes E5. And what is crucial here is after the move knight F3, you have to play bishop E6 in order to stop bishop to C4. And yes, so many of my opponents have blundered with knight takes on E5, and after queen check, I was already better with the black pieces so early in the game. E4 is hanging. But F2, F3, E7, E6.
I think that's the most popular move nowadays.
Right, because you're saying to white, great, you get I'll play the French defense and you get F3 for free. Yeah, and after knight C3, bishop B4, bishop D2 on the board?
Yes. I think here black develops knight E7 and then B6.
Is there a peshki? Could I take this? Or you will take with the knight? Can I take this?
Yeah, take with the knight. So on queen D4 I have C3.
Important, yes. C3, exactly. Okay, so you were about to suggest knight E7.
No, on the queen side we play B6 often and sometimes bishop A6, yeah.
And just get your king out of dodge. Gotcha. Miro, over to you. 4 other very exciting games going on as well. What caught your attention?
Well, I was actually checking the theory on this one as well.
This one caught your attention.
You know, I'm involved, right? I mean, after betting on Fabi. Yeah, it is a relatively rare line, but still quite a lot of games here. Remarkably, black has a variety of choices and some weird moves like a capture on C3 exists, and even A7, A5. Right.
A7, A5?
A7, A5 protecting the bishop, perhaps.
What?
Yeah, but the main move, of course, Nazi mentioned knight to E7, not to F6, but to E7.
Turning our attention to the game between Alireza and Magnus for a moment, because we have the 2 knights. Usually against bishop c4, the Joko piano, they are playing bishop c5, but knight f6 does invite knight g5, which was not essayed by Alireza. D2, D3, bishop c5, transposing into the Giuoco piano. And now we're seeing this bishop g5, which I find, I want to say premature. I think that the move bishop g5 when black has not castled, you really are provoking g5. And it feels to me like black is the one who's getting the initiative.
Surprising that Magnus didn't play g5.
No, he played, and sometimes you prep g5 with a move like queen e7 because you kind of want to see white tuck his king over on the king side before playing g5. But a7, a5, are we worried about b2, b4? I'm not sure, but a5 was his choice, bishop b6. And we've kind of caught up with the players here. I'm assuming knight d2. And if I'm not playing g5, how am I dealing with this pin?
I think sooner or later you have to play g5.
I think
quite unpleasant.
Yeah, I think it's going to be sooner because the longer you delay, it's going to be harder for you to get that to achieve that move. Jump in, Miro, and tell us: is this theory? The moves a5 and bishop b6 are not natural to my eyes for Magnus.
Right, yes. I'm actually trying to figure out, with some transpositions, we are still perhaps in a familiar territory. As you may see yourself, it's like a handful of moves possible in this position, which, by the way, once again, bishop g5 is not the most popular. It just explains how wildly the theory has developed in this Giuoco piano. So h6, some people, in fact, play bishop e3, claiming that h6 is a bad move. Bishop h4, and then once again we are back to normal. a7, a5 is one of the moves, even though a6 happens to be the most popular one. g5, as you've mentioned, of course this idea exists before black castled short. So a5 castle and bishop b6, according to what I see, has never been played before. You have games of Magnus Carlsen here, Hare Krishna. Well, a lot of strong players played it with black. The top choice was, of course, g5. And if black was to move this bishop, they would prefer to move it on a7. So bishop b6, no new games. And white replied with king h1, interestingly, so far not playing knight to g2. Computer still insists on playing g7, g5 here after bishop g3. Regrettably, you can't yet play h5. Sometimes it is an idea, and after knight g5 to go h4, but it's too much. f7 is hanging. So after bishop g3, it's very typical maneuver. Go to e7, go to g6, relocate this knight, maybe go c7, c6 at some point, and black has, decent chances.
Very, very sophisticated stuff. I'm not sure I understand bishop b6 myself. I want to just turn our attention to Ivan Saric versus Duda. Duda is in second place behind Vichy, and he's playing a Berlin.
Solid choice.
With the move a7, a5, and okay, what can I say about the Berlin that hasn't already been said? The extreme flexibility of the Berlin. In these positions, you can play h7, h5. You can play h6. You can play bishop e7 in order to bring the knight to h4. You can play bishop to d7 and or e6, even bishop b4. I think all of the theory, and then you play a move like a5, and you go, I can do everything. And Ivan is saying, well, maybe you can and maybe you can't. The fact that you haven't played h5 encourages me to play the move g4 and trying to put his majority to work right away with the move knight g5, prepping f4.
Yeah, so black needs to move the bishop back now, bishop d7.
It seems right.
And then just f4. Looks very good for white.
Yeah, and that's also the problem.
Visually,
with,
it looks
yeah. That's always the problem with the Berlin is visually. A lot of times it appears that you're just doing very well, and then you'll end up getting hit by a move like H5, and the computer will say, "Well, black's only slightly better," and you go, "What? Black's only slightly better. What have I done wrong?" Are we still in the theory, Miro?
Well, not anymore. Knight G5 being the first independent move. It's funny, Yasser, when you were explaining about this position, right? So how many options black has? I've actually managed to literally count the moves that were played in the database. It's 9 different possibilities for black, believe it or not.
Wow.
Right, A5 being, well, not the rarest, but not the most popular, of course. B3, then bishop E6. I'm not sure if it's a good move. It was played, but yeah, so bishop E6, and as you can see, there is only one game.
Wow.
After G4, now, interestingly, computer claims that it was clever to go bishop b4, something that he would not expect. Normally, it doesn't work because white captures, right?
Right.
But here, the rook on a1 will be hanging. And then, according to machine, the whole point is that you are not blocking the bishop on f8. So you go knight e7, or other option, even take on c3 first. And sometimes those positions are played. I've never been happy with black getting this position, but it could be playable. The opposite colored bishops somehow ensure that black is not getting terribly worse position. So knight e7, knight g5, bishop d7, f4 was possible. F4 was possible because after h5, it seems f5 works.
It works.
Yeah, f5 works, and hg, hg. Usually you are worried about rook h4, right?
Exactly.
But here, rook f4 somehow, and
keeps it together.
Yeah, and then knight back to f3, getting rid of this rook. So it's very unusual, but it seemingly works.
Remarkable.
But yeah, rook d1, and black replied with knight to d5. Sacrificing
Which I
the
think
pawn.
rook d1 was intended to stop this.
You won't play knight d5, white says. But, well, let's see.
Let's see.
And interestingly, once again, if you trust the computer, white is better, but not because he's taking a pawn. He goes knight e2, and that's seemingly the best move. Perhaps planning to kick the knight
c4
away and then return. Typical Berlin stuff.
No, the Berlin, it really is a challenge. It's very, very hard.
And I don't know if you would agree, but the evolution of theory in Berlin was like before Kramnik-Kasparov match, it would be a rare opening and there was no strict theory.
Exactly.
You exchange the queens and then you play the endgame, right?
Right.
And then Kramnik played it on a very high level and it started to develop, and at some point it looked like it's a very, very narrow path. You have to specifically play this Kramnik setup with bishop to d7, king to c8. And with stronger, when stronger computers turned in, it turned out that the previous guess was right. You can literally play anything with black and be fine. You just have to know your opening.
Wow. I'd like to just turn our attention for a quick moment to the game between Richie and Jan Nepo, as Nepo got his first win in a row. First win in a row. That's very important. Richie, a headhunter that he is, queen d2, you know, somebody who goes for the king. You know, I mean, very exciting. Look at him go.
Very good at maneuvering his pieces. We saw that yesterday.
Exactly. And f4, well, just a moment ago against Gukesh, as he set up that beautiful checkmating pattern, he was that close to the win. f4, knight c6, f5, let's go. f7, f6, and we've caught up to the players.
Probably preparing to play g5 and block things?
Yeah, and here's the head-to-head lifetime between these two players. I wanted to ask what you thought it was going to be, and I was not even close. Somehow I was expecting a lot more games between them.
Just 5 rapid games between these two, and Jan has 2 wins and 3 draws.
Wow. Yeah, I was way off in my expectation. f7, f6, and what you were saying was that after knight g4, okay, I want to obviously queen h6 check. You thought g5 to shut things down? A little bit?
I think so.
Yeah. And here
So
I'm...
H6 is scary.
Yeah, exactly. Here if I go H4,
H6.
H6, munch, munch, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I make a pretense.
Rook H8.
Rook H8, Rook H1.
And probably develop my bishop just so I could connect.
Right, connecting the rooks.
But I
Preparing.
do have Rook H8 and Rook H1.
H1 is not protected.
Oh. It's usually protected. the
Yeah,
king's on
exactly. The
G2.
king should be on G2. I
just
probably
assumed.
Yeah, exactly. I probably
see.
for that reason I might maybe I should have started with G3 and King G2 to keep the rook, the H1 square protected. We'll keep an eye on this one as we turn our attention to our leader, Viswanathan Anand. Vishy did
Looks like he sacrificed the pawn.
sacrifice a pawn. Well, Vishy asked the same question I asked, which was, okay, in this position, is D4 tender, right? If I take on E4, and you take with the knight, stop. We'll just stop for a second. And I'll say to you, how are you loving F3? You know, like, and you would say to me, Yasser, I hate F3, you know, because you played F3 with one purpose, and that one purpose is that you will always want to recapture with the F pawn. You'll open up the F file, you'll get the center, you'll bring your knight to F3. So it's really awkward. And Vishy said, okay, now that your pawn is on F3, I am going to make this break. I'm going to try to prove that you've really messed things up. And if we play a Berlin and we take the pawn on C7 off the board, we're not that unhappy, are we?
I think even now, Black definitely has compensation for the pawn.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I'm not a little bit, well,
Better?
Yeah, I think that might be an
I think there's a
overreach.
potential for Black to be better.
Exactly. The problem is, as I play a move like bishop c7 and I win back the pawn on e5, I'm worried that you might play a move like knight d4 and or knight g4, and to just take the bishop and say, okay, I'll give you back the pawn on e5, but I'll get a light squared bishop in return. Miro, jump in on this one. I like the pawn sacrifice. Does the engine agree with Vishy?
Well, the engine criticized e5 at first, well, saying you didn't really have to do it.
Right.
Knight b to d7, play something normal.
Right.
Pretty much. Yeah, I wanted to drive your attention, guys, to a position after move 6, after bishop e7, because if you think of it, it's French defense Rubinstein variation,
Exactly.
right? d-e4, knight takes e4, and then black played bishop e7. And white has a tempo up, because black spent one tempo, c7, c6, the move that you don't really need, but it's okay. And white has two moves played, but one of them is ugly move f3, and the other one, the ugly move bishop d2. So in fact, it's a position where you are tempo up, but you would prefer your pawn to be on f2.
Right.
Right. So e5 is, of course, a move that you want to play, like from human perspective, right? I mean, white is undeveloped, really f3 is awkward, but yeah, machine says it is still a pawn. Well, so far so good. Yeah, perhaps he, according to machine, interesting, he had to take with the pawn, and for whatever reason, it was better.
Okay.
If black wants to trade, perhaps you take with the bishop and then have an option of protecting this pawn. So in the current position, after castles long, bishop c7 was played,
Right.
bishop d4, h6, h3, and let's look at the machine. Yeah, still slightly favors white.
So if we just make, a7 is really hanging. At first I wanted to go castles, but maybe just
bishop a7, and then you want to trap the bishop.
Of course I want to trap.
And there is a little problem with your idea.
I trapped my king.
Checkmate.
I trapped my king. That's a nice one. So that's unfortunate, because I wanted to say that if I could just castle, play rook e8, and comfortably win the pawn on e5, I would be better. By the way, a7, a6, not exactly the move that Vishy wanted to play, but he does want to castle.
Yeah, he does want to castle. He does want to play rook a to e8 later on. There might be a slight problem with the with the final part of your plan, because in order to win the e5 pawn, not only you have to put the rook on the e file. Let's say white does something, bishop e2, castles, and just play bishop c3.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Bishop c3. You see, whenever I start making human moves, they are bad moves.
And then rook e8. The point is you still have to move the bishop on e6.
My point was that, say, rook e8, and still you need to move the bishop somewhere in order to attack e5 one more time, and it's not easy to do.
Exactly.
And computer claims white to be slightly, but better in every imaginable line.
Okay, very interesting. And again, for Vichy, I want to say, this is actually a huge test for him, this game right here. He's in the lead, which is always very nice, of course, but he's playing black against Fabi, and if he gets through this test, I mean, he'll be looking at those blitz games with zeal. But this is going to be a very awkward test for him. And let's just jump to the game between Firouzja and Magnus. As, again, we have two very wounded players after that round 4. And let's see what has happened. Well, we did see g5. It took us a while. After king h1, Magnus had seen enough.
I feel like Magnus made 2 moves like a5, bishop b6. They were not maybe
optimal,
necessary.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, white improved the position. I like Firouzja's knight on c4.
Very much so, yes.
So it looks like white should be better.
Absolutely. And
Is
even though I'm not...
d4 coming also? d4 coming now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not the biggest fan of moves like king h1, it's just that I don't see the bishop on b6 and the pawn on a5 as being optimal from black's point of view. And I do think that d4 is coming. And even though I'm not playing h4 and trying to weaken the pawn on g5, I am playing d4, trying to force e takes.
What should black king do? Stay in the center or still castle short?
That's the big question, right? You always have to ask yourself in the opening, where am I putting my king? And again, just to look at the scoreboard and to see Magnus and...
Magnus is sharing 5th place,
Ali,
and Alireza is in the 9th place at the moment.
Hello, I mean, Alireza, once again, let's boldly
Last
state the obvious.
Grandchester winner.
Exactly, the Grandchester champion. And I remember what a 2-week, 3-week period he had here in St. Louis last year as he won the Sinkfield Cup, the Rapid and Blitz, the $100,000 bonus. And it was sort of like, he said in an interview that as a young player, he dreamed of coming to St. Louis and competing with the world's best. He didn't dream of coming to St. Louis, winning everything, competing with the world's best, but is what he did.
And he was only 19 at the time, 18 maybe?
Exactly.
Incredible.
Jump in, Miro. What is the engine's assessment of the position? We like Firouzja. Oh, sorry, you have a different game up.
I do have a different game, and sorry for breaking breaking news, but just look at the board. It does look like something from an Nimzo-Indian, which is only a start. Guess what? In 3 moves, Lupulescu misplayed it completely. So b7, b6, well, bishop develops to b7, and white is supposed to play e4, and that's what he does. And look, c takes, bishop a6. Ever heard of pins? So it was a terrible blunder, this e4 move.
Right.
And yeah, okay, bishop d3 is the only thing you've got.
Exchange.
Takes. Rook a to c8, even some intermezzos first. I mean, it's a very annoying move because, yeah, what do you do? Bishop d1 takes, yeah. Black is completely winning out of nowhere.
Wow. 2 bad moves, knight g3 and e4.
This will be Gukesh's first win if he wins?
Yeah, it will be. It will be. Right.
Yeah. For Constantin, he knew it was a challenge coming in as a wild card against this well, I want to say a group of murderers. They are tough.
But we saw yesterday he had winning chances against Fabi.
He did. But again, this move, knight c4, Magnus is on the back foot as, again, I'm ready to play knight takes b6, and I'm very eager. I'm extremely eager to play d4. I'm going to play a bad move, okay, just for, I think that that I want to show, you know, an epic fail. You know, just bear with me on this one. So move like d5, takes, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, bishop takes. And
look at the pawn structure.
Exactly. That's exactly what I wanted to say, is just look at this ugly pawn structure. Double pawns, split pawns, two sets of double pawns, split pawns everywhere, even the minor
So
pieces.
bad.
It's just so bad. So this is, you know, everything that can go wrong, and that's really based on e5 takes d4, allowing this bishop takes f4. So this is, I think, is what Magnus is really
Trying to avoid.
Yes, he's very,
Yeah.
very fearful that d4 will provoke this move. e5 takes d4, and if he's forced into that, ugh, you know, like time out. You know, you got a trainer there throwing in a towel, saying
He's not going to collapse in 20 moves again.
Right, my guy's taking too many blows. What is he
Check
going to
with,
do? Yeah,
Oh,
please.
here, I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to check with Richie and Nepo's game. Because
Okay.
things have developed very differently than what we expected. It's no g5 because Richie
It was
didn't play
supposed to be a
g4.
checkmate on the queen side, king
He
side.
took on
going.
g6.
Wow. Okay, he didn't play knight g4 provoking g5. He took on g6. Knight g4 now. So he won the light square bishop, but
I feel like Black's doing so well in the center and on the queen side.
he really is. But okay, so b.
The a pawn is actually a little dangerous.
Yeah, true that.
What if
We
I exchange the knights and then play a2? If I'm not losing that pawn,
It's there.
it's there.
Yeah, it's on the doorstep. It's not something that you see that often, right? And by the way, he did exchange on e2, and this is
Oh,
the
knight a4.
opportunity for a3, a2. Jump.
He played knight a4, which might be a very nice tactical move, actually.
Even better, right?
Yeah.
Because you're looking. By the way, that's an easy move to miss. Knight
Snap
a4.
on fire after that first win this morning.
The first win in a row. Good to get that in your belt, under your belt. Miro, knight a4, and Richie's
Black is almost
body,
winning.
Yeah, Richie's body posture is like, oh dear, I missed that. And Nepo is actually like,
Nepo is, yeah, like,
hey, it's good. This tournament just improved a great deal. Tell us about the move knight a4 and why it's so strong.
Knight a4 is strong for a very reason that he wins the pawn, right? You cannot take ba3 because knight c3, and he just replied with bishop to e6. So now Black can and should take on b2.
Should he, or should he play d4?
Nah, well, that's once again, I'm trusting the machine on this one. So just take on b2,
Okay.
and when the rook moves, there
d4.
is interestingly c4. This is maybe not an easy move to find, and the point be that you have a sneaky threat of queen b6 check.
Right.
Because you would think, okay, what's c4? I'll take on c4, right?
Right, the bishop.
And yeah, so you take on d5 then, and Black captures on d3, and
Nice
too
stuff.
many of them passed pawns. So White's attack on the king side is no longer realistic. Speaking of which, f takes g6 happens to be a mistake. He had to go bishop g4 according to machine, where it would be dangerous for Black to try to block, because h4 and if h6, this knight all of a sudden is very quick getting to h5, and Black's position is very dangerous in this line.
No, thank you for
yeah,
that.
and since he captured on g6, Black is, well, perhaps out of major trouble, and then later on Jan went to outplay Richie and now looks for a win.
By the way, Nepo is looking away from the board after this move, bishop e6, and he's
He
calculating.
made a move.
He did.
He
Sorry.
took on b2 with the pawn, which actually looks very logical to me because c3 is still hanging.
C3 is still hanging. Sure.
So not sure why knight b2 was better because this looks very good.
This allows bishop takes d5 once.
And
Knight
after
C3?
knight c3.
Knight takes c3, there is queen b2, And
just
if you
sacrifice.
take on d1, there is a check on b7.
And I take on a8.
Oh. I see.
And I'm
he
not...
may have missed this.
Black is better still. Like you have
Right.
to take on a8 and then save the knight by going knight b2 and knight d3. And it might be that black is winning the resulting endgame, right? But what computer claims to be the best line, that after queen b2 you can also take on d5.
Simple.
And probably this one is simpler because you're a pawn up and white has the weakness on d3 and also the king is very weak.
A
right?
little bit more
There is
vulnerable.
always some rook a2 threat. Like for instance here, you really have to play rook b1 intending to swap the queens and you might still be losing this endgame. So I still believe black's chances are very, very good.
a3 takes b2.
Would you
Love it.
rather take on d1 or d5? Which endgame looks better for you?
For me, taking on
Take on
d5
D5,
is simple and really good. Let's jump to Fabi and Vichy again. A key matchup in this round, as these are two players leading the event.
So Fabi kept the extra pawn all the way till the end, but they are double pawns.
Yeah, those doubled e-pawns aren't that great. b5, and okay, we're not winning the pawn back anytime soon. But on the other hand, it basically means this knight is tethered. It can't move, and we're playing, if you will, a bishop ending. Okay.
Knights can't move.
Yeah, because the knights are somehow, and you don't want to play h4 because that would allow bishop to g4. And I don't see the problem for black, but, well, maybe it's just one of those positions of mutually, neither side can make progress. By the way,
Just improved with kings.
Yeah.
Make king moves and
by the way, I
stand.
for some strange reason, I thought that you shouldn't take here, because if I go c6 takes b5,
Are you trying to create a passer?
Yeah, I'm trying to create a passer,
I could
but
also
maybe
create a passer with c4 at some point.
right. But that's a pawn that I can easily blockade.
Okay, maybe b4 here.
That's the problem. Is I think you can just play b4 and just more or less just hold it there. Miro, it's an extra pawn for white. I don't know if the computer likes it that much, but I'm thinking Vichy has an easy game. Is it true?
Right you are. Right you are. And yes, a b5. cb5 was possible, but a b5 as Vichy played is just simply a nothing for whites, interestingly.
Okay.
Probably you want to play b4 and then black seemingly has a little trick which he doesn't need but can play. c5. If captured, then of course king c6, king captures c5. If c3,
then
just stands here. King b6, king c6. In order to try to make progress, you'll have to take on c5. Black recaptures with the king, then goes b5, b4. Okay, say captures here, goes b4, just
and liquidates everything.
Liquidates everything, and it's
easy draw. Nazi, we've got 5 games going on, and not like the round 4 where there's decisive games in abundance. What caught your eye?
I think Firouzja still has a very good position against Magnus.
He did take, when we left it, well, Magnus pursued matters on the king side. He played h5.
And we can see more and more people come in
Yeah.
the audience as the day goes on and games get more exciting.
A little bit surprised by knight takes b6. Again, thumping the table pretty hard for d4, but knight takes b6, knight d2. I think Firouzja felt it was judicious to sidestep the move g5, g4. He probably wants to meet that with h4. King f8. Whoa.
So Magnus is going to put king on g7 and still keep the rook on h8. I think that's very smart.
Okay, so how are we meeting very, very nicely knight c4?
Firouzja played d4.
d4, which, by the way, the combination of those two moves is what I want. I want both d4 and I want knight c4. I like white. It feels like there's a lot of disharmony in black's situation, but maybe I'm underestimating the attack. Am I, Miro? I mean, G5, H5, I don't feel the
Yasser,
pressure.
do you want a confirmation on everything that you just said?
Okay.
You're absolutely right, Yasser.
I'm fishing for compliments.
Okay, so first things first, you're right that D4 was a stronger move.
Okay.
However, after G4, it's not to everyone's liking that you really have to sacrifice a piece. Well, temporarily, and white is much better, and black shouldn't take really, should return the piece back by capturing on E5. But yeah, it's not that easy to understand that if black insists on keeping the material, that this is completely winning. Bishop takes, and knight E5.
Right.
It's not rocket science, it is possible to calculate. But one of the reasons why you might not go for it in a rapid game, because your position is already too good, right?
It's already so good, yeah.
Right. And then knight takes b6, it doesn't drop the advantage. Okay, it's not the most precise, but still white is much better.
Okay.
After king f8, d4, knight e7, let me see. No, Firouzja is just winning. Something happens to Magnus. And with simple moves like take on d7, go knight f3, or d5, d5, knight f3 even, and play this endgame, which is like better for you in any imaginable way.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the pawn structure for black that's terrible.
Terrible, exactly, exactly. And for Magnus, I mean, okay, he really got rocked, losing with the white pieces in round 4 against Fabi in under 20 moves. Well, actually, it went longer than that, but it was a winning position in 20. To potentially losing back-to-back games, well, that's so
Well,
very,
if
very
anyone
rare.
can save this game, it is Magnus. So.
Exactly. Jumping, by the way, to the game between Richie and Nepo, because they went right down that pathway with Bishop e6. Pardon me, we're still on the game with Magnus there. Bishop e6, Bishop takes, Knight takes, and I think this really shows great judgment by Nepo to not take the rook on d1, but to take the bishop and just say, look, I'm a pawn up, and
Have
you know,
great
it's a 2-result game. And look at this. I mean, when you know you've got the doubled rooks on the side, wow! It just feels like everything. That's a little bit of a surprising move.
Endgame technique. It should be a winning endgame.
It should be a winning ending.
And the time, of course, Nepo has 22 minutes on his clock. He plays so fast, and Rich is down to 4 minutes.
Exactly. A game that kind of got away from us a little bit is the game between Ivan Saric and Jan Duda. Duda in second place, just behind Vichy, did sacrifice the pawn, but got the 2 bishops. And now bishops
opposite color bishop endgame.
Opposite color, but I was going to say black's pieces really standing very well.
Yeah, if that black rook gets to e2.
Hello, you know, and the other one is ready to join its colleague on h2. So, for example, rook d1. Let's just put some moves on the board, and this is where we're talking about the active black rooks. Something like this. I just wanted to put this on the board as really a great compensation, bishops of opposite color, and you've got this great rook on the 7th rank.
Black's not going to lose this position.
Absolutely. Alireza, Magnus. Magnus didn't want to go into the ending.
Gukesh is still winning his game, just converting it.
That was the exchange, Constantin dropping an exchange. After knight f3, and just as Miro was saying, in the game of Firouzja and Magnus, Magnus avoided the queen trade, but there goes g5. Like, that's a huge slurp.
And now I think queen b3 is coming with the checkmate threat, because Magnus played rook d8.
Forcing us to make a deadly threat of mate in 1. And I guess we've got to defend the threat and
maybe
maintain.
rook d1.
Everything about
Such
this
a pleasant
position.
position.
You know, like, yeah, it's repulsive to me. Black structure is damaged.
And let's not forget, white already has an extra pawn too.
The extra pawn and the superior position, I would just put it like that. Queen b3, rook d1 plays itself. Firouzja's looking very good. Miro, I want to send it back over to you and tell us about our tournament leader.
tournament
sorry, I thought
leader
yeah.
Vichy.
Yes.
Not much to talk here. Interestingly, Vichy has found the idea, well, in a little bit different moves order, but he did go king to b6, went c5, and then said, I'll be waiting for you to capture on c5.
Right.
h4, and then brought the knight to c6, so you kind of have to. King to e3, b4, off goes another pawn, knight to d4, knight to c6.
Right.
And yeah, you can go back, and then black can also go back, or you trade either the knight or the bishop. Black won't lose. I mean, okay, maybe let's just quickly show this line. Bishop h3, knight takes. You, in order to play for a win, you need an extra pawn, and then you don't need to, but you know, it's a nice picturesque move. g5. And you can't do absolutely nothing. Right.
Yeah,
An extra
the
pawn,
fortress.
but black is just...
He's done it. He's taken on e6, by the way.
he's taken on
Yeah.
e6, so we are going this route.
Just to say that Gukesh, not a good day. Not a good day, day one, but things are definitely looking up here in day two. As he's won the exchange, well, a blunder by Constantin, and he is
Sometimes you need those little gifts from your opponent.
Yes, yes. I've always said this, that, you know, it's very, very hard to win a tournament. And, you know, we say in chess you can't get lucky. But actually we know that you can and you need to get lucky in chess to win a tournament. And Gukesh, up an exchange, and there's a tactic in the position I just wanted to show.
An exchange and a pawn.
And a pawn.
And a good position.
But there's this nice little tactic that would go, for example, rook a4, and if you took on a5, it's like your bishops.
That is pretty.
So everything's going very, very nice for... how old is Gukesh, by the way? He's so young.
I think he's 17.
17. Wow, 17 years young. And yeah, I met him for the first time in Dusseldorf in February of this year. And just a very, very pleasant young man. And he was showing us his game that he played. He was showing, and what he sees at the board is incredible. He's a really outstanding calculator. He's the 2018 world champion for youth, and 17 years old, one of the...
wow, Nepo has already won his game.
Two in a row. Well, that's...
Well, good for him.
Much more than he expected. And by the way, that really knocks Richie backwards, because Richie was having a very good day one.
And in the tournament with double scoring system,
yes,
the standings can change so fast.
Exactly. And it was really this, up to this moment, Richie had actually played a very good game, but he erred. It was bishop to g4.
He took on g6 first.
He took, yeah,
a mistake.
That was the error. And then things kind of just right here, and we have a draw between Vichy and Fabi as
It's a
Vichy.
great result for Vichy.
Absolutely.
With the black pieces.
Yeah, making a solid draw.
We're expecting another handshake here.
But in this case, a handshake in favor of Gukesh.
And then we have Magnus's game. Still looking very good for Firouzja.
Exactly. By the way, after bishop d2, Gukesh played a move that I think is a really good one for amateur players especially, and for professional players too. I like the decision to play rook b2, to simplify, to give back the exchange, to give back the material, but to simplify the position and look at the resulting position. Extra material, 2 pawns for black.
Possibly 3 very soon.
But yes, exactly. Active, very good. Passive, passive, active. All of black's pieces looking really, really good. And after rook d1, g6, just avoid the back rank checkmate and threat. And it's terrible. It's gone. essentially, this game. So Gukesh on his way to victory. Miro, back over to you. Tell us about Duda's game.
Right, so Duda's game and this interesting, like really not that easy to understand Berlin. So might be, an interesting lesson on positional play. Because, well, let's first show what happens now, right? That's the current position, very active black rooks, full compensation for the pawn, I believe. He will have no difficulties making a draw. And if we step a little bit backward after h5 here, it's very tempting to maintain the structure. That's what even Saric did. He played f3, right? However, it was more important to take on h5, and if rook takes back, to play h4, so you have no issues on the h file.
Right.
And then it's more of a dynamical type of position where black actually has to spend 2 more moves to return the rook back. And you still have an extra pawn with white. You still have some potential targets, like this pawn on c7, for instance. If
By the way, just to interrupt you, we do have the result that we expected. Gukesh has won. Our congratulations to him. Miro, please do continue. Sorry to interrupt you.
Right, yeah. So anyway, I think there was a missed opportunity, and now it looks, oh, well, in fact, computer still uncertain, sometimes shifts into white's favor. But yeah, after king f1, he can just capture. Rook captures, you can take on f3. If bishop captures, perhaps you can take on h4, but computer goes a4. First. And it's less and less pawns on the board, the opposite colored bishops. Whenever rooks are traded, it's an immediate draw.
Right.
So, yeah, Duda saves it, which brings us to what situation in the cross table? Anand still in the lead?
Anand in the lead, but for Duda, should he win, he could catch Anand a draw, and he will be a point behind again because of the double point system.
That would be a huge surprise.
Yes.
If he wins this one.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Let's jump to Firouzja Magnus's game and see how Magnus tries to save this game.
When we left it, we really expected the move Queen B3. Kind of shocking that he didn't play it because Queen B3 obviously comes with the threat of checkmate. Kind of puts additional pressure on the B6 pawn. Queen C2 was Firouzja's choice. And then there was a trade of knights on H4. And quickly we're getting to the current position. An extra pawn for white, but still, there's quite a lot of work, I want to say, that has to be done. I mean, I'm very happy to be white, don't get me wrong.
Black's king is still not the safest, which right now it's safe, but eventually it will be a problem.
True, but your extra pawn, your majority, you know what I'm saying? You're not really putting it to work, so to speak. And okay, converting it, how are you going to convert it? Maybe you're going to...
Should Firouzja try to just exchange all the pieces and go into the endgame? Bishop versus knight, extra pawn should be winning. Not clear.
Not for me. Not for me. I'm thinking as black, if you start to try to trade off all of the rooks, exactly how are you going to use your extra pawn? I don't know. Is it going to be so easy for you to convert? I don't know. But if you could play G3 and F4 as we take a look at the lifetime score between... Now, this is a more lopsided, I want to say.
Yes, so total of 20 games, 10 draws, and 15 wins for Magnus.
15.
And 5 losses.
Right. Well,
sorry, 30 games total, not
20. 3-1
yeah.
Victory ratio for Magnus. Magnus just played the move Queen C4, by the way, provoking B2, B3, as you probably drop back with this queen.
Can I play Bishop B6? Because if I get the control of D file, again, my rook on D7,
you're a happy camper.
Game will be over much sooner than we expected.
True that. Wow.
How does black keep the D file here? Can't, right?
I'm looking at your move Bishop B6, and I'm thinking, why did I play Queen? Magnus, Miro, this move Queen C4 looks just wrong.
Right you are, yes, and the move is wrong.
Just wrong, I mean, on a lot of counts.
It's interesting what happened during those last few moves, because yes, indeed, White's position is still better. However, in terms of converting the advantage, he kind of made a few steps back, right? Because when you were discussing it here, indeed, Queen B3, followed by Rook A D1 and so on, it was kind of more energetic and it was very close to being a forced win. While somewhere here, after Bishop F2, as you correctly pointed out, there is job to be done. However, with Queen C4, if he finds, I don't know if he did play it, not yet, Bishop B6, it does improve White's position. Already good White's position, it does improve it a great deal. Rook takes. Now, let's find out together what happens if you take on A2. It's interestingly not even a check, but Queen D3 is very strong. You want to give a check with the Queen, so perhaps Black has to take action against this one, like King G6, and then you are free to take the pawn on B5.
By the way, Firouzja missed Bishop B6, he played B3.
He played B3.
Queen C6, Bishop E3 is the current position, but here nothing changed. It's still much better for White, probably winning objectively, and still some job to be done. It will not win itself.
But by the way, when Magnus saw the move B3, he played Queen C6 so quickly. It was like he was so happy to stop Bishop B6. I mean, I think he almost made us smile. And well, he's the one chopping the rooks off the board. You know, normally when you're behind material, you're trying to keep the bits. But,
I guess now we'll see how to win this endgame.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's not, to my eyes, it's not that easy. You're going to, your majority, your extra pawn is on the king side, and I think you're going to need to play the moves G3 and F4, and the knight and the queen are going to make that a little bit difficult. Exactly. Again, Miro, I mean, you have a great deal of experience, and you know what it's like, you know, fighting a pawn down or a pawn up, and objectively, how would you, percentage-wise, would you say White will win this, you know, 100% of the time?
No, not 100 for sure.
No.
Not 100 for sure. And specifically for this match, for this pair, I would bet that we will see a bit of Magnus magic and he's going to save. Even though, yeah, there is no doubt objectively the position is winning.
Right.
But I really like what Firouzja just did by playing C4. I think his next move is going to be Queen D5.
Queen to David 5.
That's an improvement.
Yeah, okay, just a second. So we can...
Maybe bring the king a little bit closer to the center first before playing Queen D5.
Yeah, then we have to start to think as Black, where do we want our knight? He has played the move Knight D6.
Knight to D6.
Provoking C5.
Provoking C5, yes. And now the question is, where do we want our knight? I mean, objectively, where is our best square?
And back to F7. Just Queen D5 now looks very good.
Okay.
Of course, Black's not going to touch that queen.
No, I you know, any queen trades will get me fired. How about Queen to B5? He played King H2. Magnus, by the way, what's the clock time? 6
Magnus
minutes?
up by 2 minutes, so 6.5 for Magnus and 4.5 for Firouzja.
But again, I want to say Magnus is making some very, very crucial decisions, Miro, as if, yes, bang, bang, bang. This is absolutely, he's making these critical moves. A4, Knight D6.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. Yes. Remarkably fast.
Yeah, that's probably reflection of what he feels about this game, about this current position, right? I mean,
right.
So it sometimes feels a bit unfair how quickly your position got that bad.
Right. King H2, by the way, kind of an indication of maybe Queen D5, King G3, King H4?
I was considering going to H4, but it's so risky.
Well, so long as you don't get mated, you know, like that, then it'll be fine. Okay, objectively, the estimation of the engines, Miro, is
plus
great.
3.
Plus
plus
3.
3 with
That
Queen
is great.
5, and plus 2.8 with king g3, which may break down to the same thing.
Yes. King g3, queen d5, king h4. And if you can play g4 and establish a passed h-pawn, then I think your winning chances just go through the roof.
Oh, all right. There is another interesting maneuver, Yasser. Maybe you could show it on the board. After queen d5, queen b5, which probably is going to be played.
Instantly.
There is bishop f2, bishop h4, an interesting,
Very nice.
transferring the bishop to h4, and then you're always threatening some queen e6 and stuff.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
That's the way.
Maybe f4 in the right moment then.
And he spotted, you're spot on. Bishop
Wow.
f2, bishop h4, and then you've got this queen e6 in your pocket.
Do you see why I picked Firouzja?
For this one moment,
Yes.
I see why you picked Firouzja. It was a great choice for that one moment.
Yeah, he took about a minute and found this beautiful idea, and now
Bishop f2,
Magnus
queen d5.
feels more pressure for sure.
Well, indeed, the queen on d5 versus the queen on b5. There's, understanding the battlefield, the chess board, and you understand what prime squares are for the pieces. D5, E5, F5, C5 are all prime squares for the queen. That's when the queen is at her most majestic best. And
So once the bishop comes to h4, should Magnus just put the queen back to c6?
he's going to have to. I don't think there's going to be a choice about it. In that particular case, though, I do see the
Because if he goes for counterattack like queen b2, I don't see any counterattack.
No, that's the other beautiful point about the queen on d5. Not only is it great as far as attacking potential is concerned. Hello, hello.
There is one funny way not to resign immediately, and that's knight h8.
Knight h8.
Going to
f4. To meet bishop h4 with knight g6. I don't trust it. I don't think it holds, but that's what one of the moves of the computer. It's still dead lost for black, but at least you have an option to meet bishop h4.
We might see that.
Yeah, desperate moments call for desperate measures. But, I always think that if I play a move like knight h8, the FIDE is going to unaward me my grandmaster title. They're going to take it away and say, you don't deserve your title after you played this move.
But what if it's computer's first move?
Yeah, then I guess they'll make an exception. But knight h8, I like it. I like it. What else can I say?
Well, there's no other ideas for black.
There's no. The other remaining game of Duda, let's just check in very quickly because.
Not much has changed.
Well, I wanted to say that a great deal has changed.
Oh, black's king is very active.
That's the that's the big deal that has changed. And I think with this last moves, by the way, it's kind of indication that Ivan Saric is, when you play a move like rook d3 and, I've got this rook g2, it's almost like white is trying to keep the position. He's not trying to improve the position. He's trying to keep his position. And I don't think Duda's in any trouble anymore. I think
Definitely. Yeah, he's down a pawn, but his position is so good. I think black's the only one who would try for something.
Starts to think,
Of course, it should be easily holdable.
Well, it's about if I can activate
it's
this
good
rook.
thing that there's no more open files, because if the other
rook if the other rook could just magically drop in on g2, it'd be checkmate.
f4 was an impatient move. He could have keep the advantage with king g2, rook f2, and so on. But after f4, king g4, it's really computer says it's equal, which means, well, from practical standpoint, you probably prefer black by then.
Right.
Unless he repeats the moves, right?
By the way, with the move rook b2 check, rook e2, rook b1, an invitation for Ivan to play. Well, not rook e3, not rook e5, but rook e3.
Does
rook
he have
e5.
some ideas?
Yeah.
Is black king maybe in a little bit of trouble?
For sure. It might induce me to play the move rook f5, but I like the move rook b2
king
check.
e1 here?
King e1 or
yes,
g1?
e1.
E1, and then I have to take measures. and play rook to
E7?
f5. Rook to e7. Okay.
I might grab another pawn.
Yes. Funny. I guess g6, rook e7. Huh. I don't have any way of really punishing you. It looks strange
well,
with
bishop
the...
e4 here.
Right, the strange...
Or bishop f3.
Yeah.
That should still be fine. Just because their pieces are so active.
Exactly, especially this king on g4, but rook e5.
Magnus played knight h8.
Knight h8, they didn't take away his title. Knight h8 and f4.
And Firouzja played f4 within 5 seconds, I think, so he was expecting this.
Knight h8.
So they both saw this move.
Exactly, so f4, an indication that you can take on f4. I could consider e5 as well as queen takes h5, but f4 on the board, I guess you have to play knight g6, right?
F takes e is forced.
f5, you...
I thought f5 didn't help me, and knight f4 maybe?
Oh, pardon me, queen
Queen
f1,
f1?
sorry. I was thinking the knight might get a little bit trapped, but that's not the case. Fe, yes. And I guess I have to take with the knight and something like...
Bishop d4.
Bishop to d4, yeah, that's great. Okay, Magnus came up with something else.
Queen b2.
After f4, queen to b2, tickling the bishop.
Bishop g3.
Looks like a good move.
Now if you play knight g6, queen d7 looks unpleasant.
True that. King h6, are you mating me? I mean, so. I feel like I mean...
Some taken bishop e1 somewhere? Or that?
Yeah,
that
it should be Firouzja's party.
Bishop g3, knight can go back to f7. It's more safe. Protect the 7th rank.
Yes.
I guess I should take on e5 and then still
Bishop g3.
Hope for bishop h4.
Ah, sorry, you mean after knight
take
f7,
on e5?
take on e5?
And then come up with some ideas with queen e6, bishop h4.
Looks good. He has captured on f4, by the way.
Okay.
Is time a factor between...
And knight f7. So Magnus has 1 minute and 30 seconds, and Firouzja has 2.5 minutes. So 1 minute ahead on the clock as well.
So it's time and position, and h5 is...
Ooh, h5 for a2?
Hanging? h5 for a2. I wouldn't want to give that kind of counterplay to...
But at the same time, if we don't...
Tell me how I'm supposed to win it. Miro, jump right in on this one. Some kind of a little fortress setup. Magnus is doing his best.
Not a fortress, but indeed, as you've mentioned, you have to take on h5. You have to find courage, and this wins for sure. But if you're a computer, of course, right? Because otherwise it looks fairly dangerous, the a4 pawn. And now queen g4, for whatever reason, is the only move that wins, but it wins sure enough, because here queen d7, and perhaps the b pawn is getting dropped. I'm still
b3.
not convinced, if queen b3 is played. And then using the fact that the knight is pinned, you go e5, you open up everything, and then the a4 pawn is no longer threatening because the bishop controls it and the king is in the open. Okay,
E5.
Not that easy to spot, right? And
right.
if you do something else, like computer says, bishop e3, it's 1 plus 1.7, less than 2 pawns, even though it used to be 3 pawns in Firouzja's favor.
But that's shocking for me, because the move bishop e3 is actually, I find that move attractive. I want to put the bishop on d4.
Right.
And
so let's see why.
And if I could play bishop, and he's played bishop e3.
Even queen e5, are we sure
Knight
it's that easily winning with knight jumping around?
We don't
probably
have bishop
is.
d4 because of knight f3.
He played knight e5 right away, by the way.
So
queen e5 check, I agree with you.
Some checks.
Yes, and bishop f4.
3 results, bishop d4, knight f3, 3 results.
Oops. But he played knight e5 right away, and bishop went back to f4 and knight f7.
But he doesn't have to move the knight, right? He could just leave it. It's
And
queen
just
endgame.
allow the queen ending, yeah.
H4 is what computer suggests, and maybe for a good reason. Because, look, now, let's say if you take, black cannot swap the queens.
But
if it takes like this,
A2,
there is always a hope. There
yes.
is always a hope. This guy is weak, right? You'll probably put the pawn on A3.
Happily, and say your extra pawn on g2 is a shelter, but it's not winning. No, this is excellent chances to hold, I would say. Very, very good chances.
Right. From practical standpoint, that's the best he can do.
A3, by the way, he did not play h4, but he's inviting the ending we're discussing.
Yeah, but okay, you have to be computer to see this one. Because now, I'm not sure if it will be played, but computer was fighting against king g3. And now with queen being centralized, perhaps the king marches all the way.
Can't believe the engine says +5 almost.
Yeah,
right.
Here
King
it's
G3.
+5, but after
and
h4,
he's done it.
Instead, if he would have played h4, that would be far less and also not that easy to convert.
Let's see if he plays king g3. Nope. King g3 is not an obvious move at all.
And believe it or not, after h4 it's equal. I don't know. I cannot believe it, but it says it's equal. If black plays h4, the moment you pick my h4 pawn, I'm capturing a2.
Exactly.
Wow.
It's really that simple. And that was why king g3, and he's
and
played
h4's
h4.
on the board.
That was why king g3 was absolutely vital, and Alireza missed a winning moment there.
But
because
this is
king
the Magnus
G3.
magic I was talking about,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you're that close, and you relax for one little bit, and he's gone.
What's remarkable is to go from -5 to even
in one move.
on one move where you don't capture anything.
Not a blunder.
And it doesn't look like a blunder. -5 to even. Sometimes it's good that you don't know these things, right? You know, because if you felt like you had just given away the whole point with one move, you would feel depressed. Queen g4 check, and hold on, let me just
Okay,
refresh
yes.
my board. Yes.
Quick question to you.
Yes, sir.
You have few seconds. King f7 or king f8?
You know, at this moment, I'm not sure. I know the difference. Probably king f7, yeah. By the way, a draw, very happy-looking players. Both sides seem relieved. King f7 was played. And there is a missing...
I sensed it was a mistake.
That's the losing move.
That's the losing move, right? I'm not sure if what happened. Okay, let's drop computer evaluation for
because
now.
now
Yeah, it does.
Firouzja picked up the pawn with a check. Queen h7, queen b7.
Which is exactly what... So that's why we had to have our king on
f8
f8.
was better.
No, that's absolutely crazy.
And queen
And
c4...
Impossible to
And
find.
why-
So are we going to see four... No, we're not going to see four
So this is
queens.
winning just because of c6, c7, or?
Yeah, it looks like you cannot really force... yeah, so normal scenario would be your A pawn is getting too close and white is forced to give a perpetual,
But
right?
after c6, a2, black's promoting first?
No, but he just goes queen a5 like behind the passed pawn, and I think that's...
Oh, and then I have two extra pawns. I
Yes.
forgot. Yeah.
2 extra pawns. By the way, that is not your vertical hold that sometimes on those televisions you had these vertical holds that you had to adjust your knob. That's actually just the
Queen
chess.
d8 was the only move to win, and it was played in the second.
Exactly. Queen d8
So he
check.
needs to just put the queen on the right square to avoid the perpetual.
Yes.
And then just push c7.
Exactly.
Wow.
Wow.
Still not over.
There's a lot of twists and turns still to go in this one, I'm afraid, too. Miro, these queen endings, they have their own rules, I want to say, that are very, very, very different than normal chess rules.
Right, I'm still trying to comprehend the difference between king f8, king f7, and how realistic was, you know, to find it.
By the way, Magnus down to 16 seconds. Firouzja has just played queen g8 with 45 seconds on his clock. And he's going to play queen to f8 check, as you said.
And then play c7.
To avoid any
Is that game
perpetuals.
over? Does black have any more tricks?
Well, you don't want to play king e6 and allow
Check.
promotion with check.
Are you going to see 4 queens on the board?
And a very naked black king. King g6 on the board, and, well, c7. Yep. I think that's just resigns.
A2,
I think it's just
C8 queen,
and there's the handshake as
Wow.
Magnus. We do not say this very often, as Magnus loses back-to-back
2 games in a row.
defeats. And look at there's a kind of a look of shock on Magnus's face right
he's
now.
listening to big applause for Firouzja from the audience.
But look at him. He is just
He's
kind of
calculating the
tasered.
line, huh?
Like he's missed something.
Probably figured out that king f8 was a draw.
Wow. Miro,
Right.
sum up yet another remarkable round of play. Wow. These 5 games, the first set of 5 games was amazing. This one, I'm a little bit shocked.
Okay, so Gukesh opens his scoreboard, right?
Right.
Against Lupulescu. That was a relatively easy one. Nepo continues to win. I mean, that's why the guy was asking how to win 1 in a row, because he knows how to win the other ones.
Right.
Well, it turns so. And then we just witnessed Magnus losing. And it's kind of the most painful game, I believe. He sort of lost twice, right? He almost battled his way out of it. And if you allow me just quickly, we all seen what happened after king f7. Yeah, it's captures, a check, and the pawn was gone. And hence, king f8 was better, because it's not that easy to tell. Queen takes, and for a brief moment, even though you're pawn down, you can go to the, to those kind of endgames. You can block with the queen because your pawn is too dangerous.
Exactly.
And this is how you not lose.
Wow, not the endgame magic that you predicted, but here are our standings after 5 rounds of rapids. Nazi.
Viswanathan still leading the tournament with 8 points and just 1 point behind Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and with +1, Fabiano Caruana, or +2 now. Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
6 out
I think
of 10.
+1.
+1. And let's check in with Cristian in Zagreb. Cristian, over to you.
I have to say, guys, Alireza just played an amazing endgame with only a few seconds on the clock, and I think this was a pivotal moment in that endgame. And you were mentioning, Miro, what happened after the move c6. What if I go a2 and just push my pawn? And you said that he's going to go queen a5, go behind the pawn, and this would be winning. But in fact, this was not the solution, because after queen to a5, I can simply just take on c6. If you do take my passed pawn, the pawn on a2, I'm going to take on e4. And despite the fact that you have disconnected passers, it's all about that e-pawn. And in fact, the table base is saying that this position is a draw. But take a look at this. Instead of this, after a2, queen to e3 was the move that you open the diagonal, a7 to g1. You have to understand this in the heat of the battle, and this is exactly what Alireza did with his last move, this move c6. Queen to e3, you cannot touch the f-file as black. If you go king to f6, hey, guess what? I'm going to go queen to f2, and that's going to touch the pawn on a2. Next, I'm going to go c7, and this is going to be all she wrote. For example, if you go king to e6, excuse me, I'm going to go c7 right now. Now you get a queen, a1 queen, but I have queen to f5. And I'm going to get a queen as well. We have 4 queens on the board after king to d6, c8 queen, and this is just simply going to be winning for white, because I have 2 extra pawns and you cannot get to my king in time. If you would be able to fly a queen to g1, well, that would be good for you, and probably that would allow you to at least make a draw. But unfortunately, that's not how chess works. So this would have been the winning sequence for white. Very, very intriguing endgame in this one, and I want to show you a critical moment in Nepo's game as well, because the opening phase specifically in this one was very interesting. And take a look at the time as well displayed right there. Nepo with 26 minutes at this point. This is move 16, and he still has 26 minutes on the clock. f4, knight to c6, and f5. And I have to say, this looks very dangerous for black, because I'm threatening f6, and checkmate after queen to h6. You're in big trouble. You have to defend a certain way. And this was the critical moment. Nepo, in fact, spent about a minute and a half and played the move f6. Right idea, wrong execution, because he could have gotten in trouble after this move f6. What he had to do, and most likely this was in his preparation as well, was to take on f5 first and then play the move f6. It looks dangerous for the king on g7, but I have a lot of counterplay given by my d-pawn and my very powerful center as black. I'm going to go d5 next move, and that's going to allow me to get a lot of compensation for my weak king. Instead of that, he played the move f6. This was a critical moment because White had a great move at his disposal, and that was bishop to g4. I can play the move bishop to g4. Now I'm threatening to take on g6, and this is a very minute detail in this one. For example, if you go something along the lines of knight to d4, I'm going to take, you're going to take, I'm going to exchange the bishops, very important. And after knight to g4, you have huge difficulties defending the king side. Queen to h6 is a big problem. So if you allow my knight to land on g4, then the black king is going to be in trouble on g7. That's why you have to exchange the light square bishops. That's what Richie Rapport missed. And by the way, if you go g5, unfortunately, that's going to give me a free attack on the king side. You no longer have that threatening center in the absence of the pawn on e4. The pawn on e4 is still there to pretty much block your expansion in the center. And in the meantime, I'm just going to go knight to f3, h4 next move. I'm going to target that pawn on g5, open up the h-file, and most likely checkmate you on the h-file. Big missed opportunity for Richie Rapport. But as you guys were mentioning, Nepo is stringing some victories together. And let's take a look at the standings after round 5 here in Zagreb, because there's some movement at the top. Still Viswanathan with 8 points leading the tournament. Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 7 points in second position. And we see Jan was struggling after day 1. He was asking, how am I winning one game in a row? Well, what is better than one win in a row? 2 wins in a row. And that's exactly what he got, standing at 6 points right now, definitely in contention. We're going to go on a short break, and Anastasiya actually caught up with the players. Take a look.
As one of the best chess players of the world, a lot of chess fans view you as a role model. What would you like your impact to be?
I love chess, and I think chess is a fun game, so I just hope to have inspired more people to play.
I hope to just play some good games and always play fighting games, and yeah, I hope that fans will enjoy my games, and yeah, it'll be nice interacting with the fans here as well.
I would like them to enjoy chess, just to play. I mean, just to go on and either on the internet or just with a friend, just enjoy chess.
I haven't really thought about it, but I think I want that young players that they somehow learn to play, that they have the fighting spirit, that they need to also learn how to deal with losses and victories as well. So you need to be not the same, but let's say, you need to deal well with the losses as well. I haven't really thought about it much, about my chess as being a role model to someone else. I just try to improve it for myself and for my play.
I think everybody should take their lesson from each player. I think, for instance, when I was growing up, I was learning from Magnus, Levon, like I was looking at them carefully and I was learning. So I like to, I'm playing a risky chess, so I like people to watch me and see that even if you play risky chess nowadays, it's still going to work. So yeah, that's maybe one of the things I like to pick anybody.
Well, it's I know, some people, they sort of like following and trying to
I don't know, I would say to imitate or something, yeah, but don't think it's my zone of responsibility. I'm just trying to be, let's say, like a nice person, and yeah, sometimes also a nice player, but I think this is not as important.
Yeah, I hope I'll inspire some young players to pick up the game, or if they're new to the game, to stick with it, to improve. Even if don't become professional chess players, at least to keep it as like a lifelong hobby or something that they always keep in their life. I think that's a good thing, and especially these days we're seeing more and more popularity. And I don't know exactly what the reason is for the recent growth, let's say the last 4 years. There could be a big combination of things, but I hope that in some part I also play at least a small part in improving the popularity of the game and bringing new people to it.
Well, I hope there are not too many, Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, when it comes to having role models in chess, I feel like when you're, for kids it's very useful and just to have someone to look forward to, but I'm not so sure if my style is most suited for that purpose. And otherwise, I try to be, just a good person, a good human being, which I feel like everyone should aspire to be. So in that regard, I don't feel like, again, anything special about me. And yeah, but like I said earlier in earlier interviews, I feel like chess is a little bit of reflection of who we are, and everyone should bring something unique. So I really hope that the future generations will find ways to also make an impact in chess and to bring something special from within. Yeah.
Not sure. I don't really consider things, in such way. And yeah, I'm happy, to entertain people to some extent, and maybe gather them some inspiration. I mean, mostly in Poland, of course, but yeah. But as I said, I don't really think that way, and yeah, it's nice that I can popularize chess a little bit. But apart of that, I guess there are better role models than me. So yeah.
I would hopefully they would feel good about playing chess, and hopefully they're getting some positive vibes from me that chess is a wonderful activity. First of all, a lot of fun, but also develop some very healthy qualities and things like that, and hopefully I'm an advertisement for that.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, young junior phenom Abhimanyu Mishra, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello and welcome back. And here are our standings after 5 very exciting rounds of Rapid. Nasi, do the honors.
In sole lead, Viswanathan with 8 points. Closely following, just 1 point behind Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Right.
And with +1 scores, Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Jan coming from nowhere. And tell us about the round 6 pairings.
Wow, we have Magnus Carlsen playing Viswanathan.
The ultimate matchup right there.
2 ex-world champions. Duda against Caruana. Gukesh is playing Saric. Nepomniachtchi playing Lupulescu. And Firouzja, Rapport.
Nepo, a potential 6 out of 6 for this day 2. And Firouzja, can he do it? For Magnus, look at the scores between Magnus and Anand. And Magnus has a little bit of a black magic, I want to say, over Vichy. If you saw that global chess game,
Incredible endgame.
They're head-to-head.
They're head-to-head. A lot of games, 29 draws, but 23 wins for Magnus and only 12 wins for Anand.
A near 2-to-1 ratio. And Miro, weigh in on these two gladiators.
Well, there's a lot of intrigue in this last round, right? I mean, I would say it's an ultimate test for Anand if it was a different Magnus, because Magnus is kind of falling apart. However, he might have a special motivation against Vichy. Then there is Firouzja playing Rapport, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep.
So that's very important for the upper part of the standings. And then Nepo has a chance with white against Lupulescu to become real hero of the day, winning all 3 games.
Absolutely, but that fight for second between Duda and Fabi, also that becomes a huge...
critical game.
Yeah, huge clash for this, our last round of the Rapids. And in their head-to-head, how do they match up, Nasi?
Let's take a look. Not that many games.
Not at all, but boy, a lopsided score.
Yeah, only 1 win for Duda and 5 wins for Fabi.
Exactly. Duda will be very happy to have the white pieces in this upcoming clash because, again, Duda's in clear second, and if he could take down Fabi and push away a rival, and say to Anand, I'm closing in on you. That would be huge.
Gukesh is the only one at the board. Rest of the players have not arrived yet.
Exactly. So get ready
And
for this round
Gukesh just had
six.
his first win in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
He'll try for a second. He's with white against Ivan Saric.
Today started with a bang. 4 out of 5 games were decisive, and it looked like it could easily have been 5 for 5 in that game between Gukesh and Richie. Richie missing a chance at the very end. Then seeing Magnus tumble in back-to-back losses, we were having this conversation, when was the last time that happened? And
Only time we can think of was half an hour ago.
exactly, that is exactly how Miro put it to us. It was just minutes ago. So we're going to ask our production to answer that question. When did Magnus lose back-to-back games? Might have been on a Grand Chess Tour somewhere. It might have been in a Blitz, one of the Blitz. But it's such a rarity to speak of it.
Definitely not last Blitz when he won 10 games in a row.
Exactly, as we see Vichy at the board, leading the competition. Nobody saw that coming. But let's take a look at Maggie's tournament so far. It's not been a thing of beauty.
2 wins and 2 losses. This is...
No,
wait.
1 win. He won one.
Oh,
He
it's
went,
the 2
yeah,
points.
Yeah, 2
confused
points.
me, right.
Yeah, he started with a win, and we said, okay, this is the Maggie we all know. But look at that, 2 draws. Again, it's the 2 point and then 2 losses.
Good thing there is no such result as -1, because if you pay attention to the dynamics, it's not very promising.
Right? And the contrast couldn't be more visual than this.
Started with a draw, won 3 in a row, and another draw against Fabi in the last round.
Right, and for Vichy, he's getting the 2 blacks
In a row.
In a row.
Against Fabi and Magnus.
Right, and talk about getting tested.
So we just heard that Tata still this year, Magnus lost 2 games in a row to Giri and Noderbek.
Wow.
I remember he lost, but I didn't know that it was back-to-back.
It didn't register with me either. Wow. Okay. Well, thank you to our production for that, and I suspect it was Dennis who came up with that. But that, yeah, Miro. I mean, it's a little bit shocking. We should have remembered the Tata Steel, but somehow we forgot about it. The games are underway. Magnus arriving probably about 30 seconds late, I want to say, because I am getting other moves.
He's
For
always
example,
fashionably late.
Fashionably right. And we've got the Caro-Kann again.
Another Caro-Kann.
Well, it worked very well for Vichy. His game against Magnus was a
Highly doubt we are going to see the fantasy variation again.
exactly D4, D5, F3.
Wonder if Magnus even had any time to look at their last game between Fabi and Anand to prep against Caro-Kann? Probably not, because Magnus's game went the longest.
Right. Well, Magnus, I think, still is kind of like wounded, because he's not looking like somebody who has won the world championship 5 times.
I think for the last 17 years, those 2 have been the world champions. 17 or 16, something like that.
Not bad. Let's say they've dominated for the last 2 decades. I think you'd be right. Bishop D3. Okay.
The exchange variation.
The exchange variation. Still underrated. Very, very popular from the times of Jose Raul Capablanca. And I remember there was a game here at a U.S. Championship where it was like E5. Like, I've played this my whole career. And then somebody, I think it was a Wonder Liang. It was like Bishop F4 and E5. Yeah, it was Sam Shanklin. And they played it very fast. And I was like, wait a minute. All my life I've played the Caro-Kann, and they played a variation I've never seen before. By the way, knight c6, knight c6, c3, all very standard, and you're supposed to, when you're playing the Caro-Kann, as opposed to the French defense, the goal of the Caro-Kann is to get your bishop out, and you usually play knight f6 to do that. e7, e6 right away. That is a really, for me, that's a stunning move. And wasn't it the World Championship match where it was like bishop d7? There was a Nepo.
I remember something like that.
It was like, what?
Yeah.
Hello. e7, e6, bishop f4, bishop d6, trade.
I actually see in the database one game by Carlsen with the black pieces, this exact position.
With the black pieces. Wow, Miro, pick this up and tell us. For me, e7, e6 is not in my repertoire knowledge base.
Right you are. It's a rare move according to the database, and I was actually surprised to see it. Much more popular choices being, of course, knight to f6 or queen to c7. However, if you click on e6 and browse through the names, you can see Fabiano Caruana, Carlsen, Anand, and so on and so forth. So apparently it's something new that players figured out is playable and play against each other. And so far, after bishop f4, bishop d6, and the trade, and you still have all those names, yes, Carlsen's game with black popped up, knight to f3, and the whole point is to put the knight to e7, right? So if we are thinking Carlsbad structure with colors reversed, and for whatever reason this bishop being stuck on c8 instead of being on g4, as you Yasser requested it to be.
Right.
Castles, well, computer slightly favors white. No surprises here, and we are limited to 3 games in the database which reach this position, queen c2 or rook e1 being the moves.
Exactly, and I suppose that if from the current position, we after say rook e1, castles, rook e1, I suppose the idea is that eventually black is playing for f7, f6, rook e8, and one fine day.
Eventually.
Eventually, f6, e5, and the bishop will be liberated. But instead of the move rook e1, I like what you had proposed, Miro, which was the question, I want to know what you're going to do. I just want...
Which pawn you're going to play?
Yeah, you go ahead, play h6, I understand. Go ahead and play g6, I understand. But I'd just like to clarify. Are you playing for...
Right.
What are you playing for over
So if I play h6, then your idea with f6 would be not as good.
Exactly. It makes h6 and f6 less desirable. But rook e1 was Magnus's choice, and is this still in the database as far as your database goes, Miro?
Pardon me.
Sorry, the
rook e1 was the last move that I could find, and it's one game.
One game
and not very high level.
Okay,
right.
You have another game in front of you.
I was looking at Alireza's game against Rapport, and yeah, you would expect this, right? Knight to f6, 2 knights defense, and well, I just have to say it's a pity nobody goes knight g5 with crazy complications nowadays. d3, and then a bit of a surprise, bishop to e7, which isn't the most popular choice, but perfectly sound and from kind of big names of the past. Wow, what was that?
I think we just heard that Magnus is having chair problems.
Right.
So they're really changing the chair? Or? Right, it's clear that Magnus is not comfortable at all.
Yeah.
Right. Could it be the chair or the results?
I think the results. But go ahead, please. Two knights. Nobody's playing knight g5.
Back to this bishop, 2 knights, and then bishop e7. From big names I can recall of the past, I can recall Bielawski doing this instead of bishop c5. So knight to c3, d7. Knight c3, by the way, is not the most popular. People still prefer usually to keep it in Joko Piano / Rui Lopez type of positions with c3, or probably castle short and then later on c3. So knight c3, d6, a3. Now you need to prepare the square for this bishop, otherwise knight a5 at some point. Castles, h3, bishop e6, plain and simple. So he's not trying to invent anything. Just you want to trade. Knight to d5, says Alireza. a5, castles, a4. This is where we lost it, I think. Now, a5 was the first independent move, right? Knight d5 was still, as you can see, some gains here. Bishop takes was played, and some fancier moves, even a move like rook to b8 in order to play b5, but never a5. So a5, castle, a4, oops, misclicking, bishop a2, and plays on their own. Computer favors white slightly, and the funny part is that one of the moves it suggests is going back to c8 with the bishop. In order to be able to take on d5 with the knight. Yes, so that's you don't want to capture with the bishop, I suspect, because this happens, and then d4, and the bishop might look passive for now, but then the c pawn's going to move, and the bishop's going to drop to b1, to this diagonal. Right. So he doesn't want to take with the bishop, and that's why computer suggested for a brief moment to go bishop c8 back in order to be able to capture with the knight.
Nice. I actually liked a5, a4, but I thought knight c6 to a5 in this current position. Knight to c6.
Over here.
Yeah, to a5 with the idea of c7, c6, and sometimes white likes to go c3 and d4. But with the knight already on a5, it's kind of discouraged. C3.
Right. Once again, if I'm using the
Engine.
help of this thingy, c4 is one interesting way to
C4.
play this position. Yeah, it is quite ambitious, I want to say, because after knight c6, you've committed sort of a positional crime, right? You've lost flexibility of your queenside pawns. But yeah, computer continues with some ugly-looking moves, which might prove white's point. Bishop to b1, bishop to c2, and maybe this a4 pawn is not as safe as it seems.
Remarkable.
Yeah, but knight a5 is definitely a move to consider.
All right. Just wanted to turn our attention to the game of Nepo versus Constantin for a moment. Nepo played against the Sicilian, the Lapin, and he's building up one of these kingside attacks. You know, it's like a slow migration towards black's king. And queen e4, followed by queen g4, sets up bishop h6.
In these positions, there's usually objectively never anything for white, but in practical games, it often works.
Exactly. I mean, the computers are probably saying black slightly better, black slightly better. But then when you get to this position as black, you start seeing not ghosts, but real threats. You start saying, wait a minute, I'm seeing bishop h6, so you get out of the way of bishop h6, you play king h8. Then you go, well, wait a minute, I'm seeing the knight coming to e4, and then bad things might happen. The knight could go to g5, the queen could, and I could get mated. So, knight to...
I like that move. It stops knight e4, because c4
It does. It does. And the other thing I really like about that move is if you play bishop b3, which, you know, you want to keep pieces on the board, you might see the move queen d3 land, and then you go, oh, that's a safety move. That will really cover a lot of things.
So maybe white should play bishop e2.
Bishop to e2.
Looks passive, but I'm stopping queen d3 at least.
For the moment, that's exactly right. So here I would probably play knight d7.
Say knight e4.
And this is the moment, you know? You sit there and you go, okay, you're going to kill me, and I understand the script. I'm supposed to play, you know, and to watch you destroy me. And then I throw a move like f5 at you. And you go, well, I have to take. And you go, well, you're not checkmating me anymore, are you?
Position opened up, and black's bishops are fantastic.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've compromised my structure big time.
Sure.
I will be the first to admit that. But on the other hand, you do get away, you do stop the checkmating attacks. So something to think about. I think that move knight b6 is an annoying move. By the way, bishop to b3 does invite queen
d3.
Queen d3 for Constantin now, should he play it. And what's caught your eye, Miro?
Well, I'm back on this Magnus versus Vichy encounter. So after rook e1, the position that was already discussed, black played f6, and it turns out c4 is the way Magnus was planning to fight against e6, e5. Very typical, right? He goes f6, you loosen your pawn structure a little bit, and then white uses this moment to open up the position. D takes, bishop takes, and now we are at the key, kind of turning key point. Knight f5, d4 pawn is hanging.
Yep.
You can't do much. You have to push the pawn, d5.
Okay.
And then black goes knight a5.
Right.
And according to the machine, white is better, but he has to, well, basically has to sacrifice the pawn. So bishop d3, this is a possible continuation of this line. Knight c3, knight to c6. Honestly, looking at this position, I wouldn't really believe that white is much better. Well, compensation for the pawn, yes, but it shifts almost to like more than half a pawn in white's favor at times.
d5, by the way, on the board.
d5's on
as
the board.
You were talking, Miro. Yeah.
Right. I'm just looking for alternatives for black. Not much of an alternative. You can't really take, it seems, because after bishop d5, king h8, white enjoys the same, the same kind of initiative and leading development, but with even materials. So you have to play knight a5 and enter this position. So that's going to be an interesting fight here.
Absolutely. In the fight for second place, let's jump into the game between Duda and Fabi.
They had a very theoretical discussion.
I want to say they zip right through that whole opening of the Catalan. And I think they gained a lot of time on the clock as they were doing it, as they played a very topical line of the open Catalan.
I wonder what the new move was. I think maybe rook a2 on move 18. Move 18.
I like the way you pegged that. On move 18. 18 is the move 18 is the theoretical move. C6, e3. Apparently, this position is all very well known to the pundits.
b5 has happened before.
I wanted to say, how can you not play the move b5? I mean, we're taught about the minority attack, and the minority attack means that you must play the move b5. Rook a2 is the theoretical novelty, as you mentioned. G7, G6. Okay, knight d2. H5, H4.
Still no b5 on the board.
No b5s on the board. This move indicates to me that Fabi is preparing to meet b5 with AB, AB, and C5. Yeah. That's what this move suggests to me.
If we're transposing into isolated pawn position, knight is not great on d2.
Right? Like, why is the knight on? Why didn't he play b5, Miro, earlier? And why?
Because it's not a blunder, but black takes twice, and I'm acting like it's an obvious thing, but I'm as surprised as you would be, Yasser. So b5, after rook a to d8, right? b5,
right?
And normally, usually, that's a very silly thing to do, to take twice. But it's a very kind of concrete illustration. b4 is a threat, right?
So you take it.
You have to take it, and then that's a brief moment where black has a capture on g3.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where did you come from?
So you have to take, and it's a check, and king h2, because I imagine king h1, queen g3, black has enough material plus the attack, right? So you don't want to go there, so you go to h2 at least to preserve the pawn, and here we go with some silly-looking perpetual check. Yeah, it's just a draw.
Wow.
So he's not playing b5 because he plays for a win, if you ask me.
And he played rook c2, by the way, preparing.
Yeah.
And because the queen is on b3, there's no sacrifices in this case, of course, because e3 is still protected.
Does he need to play knight f1 and then b5? Or is that too passive? Just to avoid bishop g3 ideas.
Yeah, that's really.
But
wow.
I don't want to play knight f1.
Yeah, and then the question is like, what is the knight really doing on f1 anyway?
Defending.
Just yeah, kind of just defending. Wow. I wanted to go to the game of Jan and Constantin for just a moment because I found this moment really surprising. And Miro, I mean, I would have imagined a lot of players, especially those who are the underdogs. You want to play a move like queen d3 just because you know in your heart of hearts that when you play queen g6, you're frustrating your aggressive opponent. Why didn't he play queen d3?
Well, the answer is done. I don't know. Queen d3 was a good move.
Okay.
However, the move he played tends to be even better. So knight d7, bishop c2, I understand, looks tempting and attack and everything. But yeah, if you ask computer, queen c7, black has the initiative. Because if you attack me with queen h3, I don't really mind playing g6.
See, I can't argue with the engine, but in a rapid game,
the bishop is
this
hanging.
looks good for white.
Right.
Well, but there is this discovered threat, right?
Yeah.
This discovered attack.
Our rooks are not developed on c1 and e1, and that's an issue.
And by the way, the pawn on e5. So Constantin is sitting there saying, "Yeah, no, I understand. You're twice world champion, challenger, but I can tickle. I can tickle too." And this move, bishop c2, inviting queen c7 with this double attack idea. What does it mean? Does it mean that? Pardon me. That was. Does it mean that white is misplayed?
Not really. He probably has to sacrifice this pawn. So queen to c7. Once again, the line goes queen to c7, queen to h3, and you do
G6.
not have a comfortable way of protecting the pawn. So you go knight e4.
Yep.
And black captures, and you play some sort of disposition, which I imagine is very dangerous for black against Nepomniachtchi, because
Sure.
he is one very tricky player. But objectively, at least, computer claims that it's not only playable, but even better for black.
It's
Wow.
very hard to believe.
Wow. Great stuff.
That's what it says.
Fantastic. Again, I'm just going to check in on Vichy, Magnus Carlsen versus Vichy, because Vichy, surprising to us, did not play knight a5, bishop d3, and take the pawn. He just said, okay, go ahead, play the position that you want to play with even material. I'm ready to play bishop d7, rook d8, complete my development, and
Isn't knight
do your
e4
worst.
really good now? Knight
Is it?
e4? Where would
Knight
the queen
e4.
go?
I'm assuming to be
Thought you were going to go to c7 and then knight c5, and it was very nice.
Then I get you. White's position does play itself, right? Yeah. Is there a way for you to, it looks strange with the pawn on f6, but I don't see an immediate way of refuting
Maybe
the setup.
is there a queen c1, queen f4? I still don't know where I'm going from f4, but
Once you're there, yeah? So if I just complete my development and you put your queen on f4, is it scary?
a little bit.
Okay.
Might
let's
be
say I'm ready to transfer my bishop. My bishop on d7 is passive, but if I do get it to c6, I'll be happy. He did play in the game queen b3, by the way. And this is what I wanted to say, that this is really an ultimate test for Vichy. He gets back-to-back blacks against Fabi, against Magnus. And against Magnus, he's got this hex, right? Magnus does amazing. I mean, when you think about Viswanathan and Anand and his extraordinarily illustrious career, just imagine, who stopped him in world championships. One Anatoly Karpov, one Garry Kasparov, and one Magnus Carlsen. And if you think about history's greatest chess players, I think I just mentioned 3 names. And that didn't stop him from becoming a 5-time world champion, right? even though he had World Championship matches against all three of those opponents, and a double one against Magnus Carlsen as well. Queen b3 on the board. Miro, can Magnus make anything of this moment? Because if he doesn't do it, I want to say in the next 5 moves, Vichy will make a comfortable draw.
Well, according to Machine, everything goes Magnus's way. So,
really?
Yeah, as I said, since Vichy didn't play
Knight a5.
Didn't play Knight a5. Yeah, White enjoys the initiative for free. Knight c3, Bishop d7, Queen b3. Well, Machine claims to be the best move. Then equally good, or rather equally bad for Black, was Knight f2 d4, or the move in the game Queen c7, and then interestingly, I still have trouble catching the what Machine has for White. Yes.
Yeah.
Because the line goes h2, h3, so White's not rushing.
Okay.
After rook e8, for instance, it just avoids trading the rooks. So something in this position, maybe the bishop on d7 that you cannot really bring to life normally. It just claims that White's better in every possible way.
He played
not much, but almost a pawn.
Queen c7, no h3, rook d1.
Rook a d1, not a bad move at all. Yeah.
But somehow White, okay, I can imagine right here, right now, you look at the position and say, yeah, I like White. I mean, White's better developed and he's got some, but and on the other hand, I'm saying, well, concretely speaking, I play rook e8, or he actually played just rook d8, rook a to d8. That's
d8.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Vichy's move
fair
on the
enough,
board.
yeah.
Prove it?
Yeah, you're right, yes, in a way that maybe it's better for White, but you really have to be computer. You have to find all those little moves, or at least it has to be a classical game, right, with a lot of time on the clock. And for Rapid, for human players, even the best of them, it tends to evaporate this advantage, right? I mean, you played few moves, logical moves, and your opponent did the same, and it's no longer +1 or just like marginal advantage and then draw at the end. Yes, I won't be surprised if Anand will eventually equalize.
H2, H3 on the board, and we'll keep an eye on this one as we're going to go to the Firouzja versus Richie Rapport game, because we've got that that move.
C4.
Yeah, the very, very ugly positional move, C2, C4, was played. The bishop on A2 is crying, but apparently it's only temporary.
Yeah.
I feel a lot better, Coach, now that you've played C4, C5. And with the board full of pieces, was bishop H3 on Richie's agenda? What do you think, Nazi? Is he?
Yeah, I don't believe that should work.
No.
No.
You're not a true believer.
No.
The power of Richie can sometimes...
I like what Richie did, actually, exchanging on F3 and going knight d4. I think White's not forced to, but I want to take that bishop, that knight.
I agree with you, and we would also like to trade those
Maybe take on d6 now?
Okay. Pause for a moment, because, I mean, I want to take with the queen, of course, and not to mess up my pawn structure, but I am thinking about this dark squared bishop for just a moment, and I wanted to ask the question, can I be greedy, you know, and like, if you were to play the move knight b4,
yeah, that's unpleasant.
And then you put your knight on a2, your grandmaster title might be in jeopardy
so I think I have to
once
play
again.
Knight e7 after c6.
Yes, exactly. After c6, you have to play knight e7, and that's
there's
when
also knight b. Oh, never mind. Knight
e7. And that was where I thought, okay, we're more or less got to an equal position.
Yeah.
And once again, just for those who are joining us late, our standings.
Are we looking at Firouzja and Rapport? They are, not great right now. Richard's in the 5th place, Firouzja in the 7th place, but there's always time to come back.
And an important game for both of them as they try to improve their positioning in the tournament. And Miro, over to you as I see you've got
Nepo's taking over. Yeah, big news. Remember we were talking this position,
Yes.
and Yus, right? So some attack on Black's king. We as human players were scared. Computer was not.
Right.
And Queen C7 was the right move. However, G6, fearless, needed to be played. F5 is more of a, once again, very human reaction.
Panic.
I'm sacrificing the pawn, just not, please do not checkmate me.
Right.
E takes, knight takes. And turns out, Nepo played bishop b1, which is good enough. Turns out knight h4 immediately was even stronger.
Ooh.
Because knight g6 threat, and
Queen
seemingly the best move is just to go king g6, after which you capture the pawn with a check.
Right.
After bishop b1, still, like Black had to play e5, which he didn't. Knight to d5, knight to c4, move 19. Computer gives +1 evaluation in White's favor. Now suddenly White pieces start to find their places, like knight goes to e5, right?
Yeah.
Bishop ready to jump with a tempo, like bishop g5 will be threatening bishop f6 in some positions.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, bishop b5, right, it's a pin and so on, but knight c e5 is good enough. If you capture, what happens? It's a check. King goes, it's
Check.
another check. King, rook goes, and then knight g to e5. Okay, maybe not such an obvious line. I suspect queen c1 runs into bishop h7, and then the queen will be captured. So a bit of, like tactical blows exchange, but works in White's favor in every possible line.
Lovely, lovely.
Right, so Nepo is in his campaign for 3 out of 3 today.
And he's got the type of position that he could have only dreamed of against the lower rated Constantin. I want to say a game that we haven't looked at. Our apologies to the two players, Gukesh and Saric. It was also an Lapin, but this one was with G3. I don't even know what the name is. It's an Alapin with G3.
I think it's called delayed Alapin or something. I'm not sure.
I like the delayed though. That's good. And it was just one of those pawn sacrifices that I really like from White point of view. You get these Catalan bishops, right, with this bishop on G2. You're a pawn down, sure. If you had a pawn on C2, I think the game would be greatly in White's favor after moves like bishop to, well, move your queen, I don't know, f6 or g5. I'm going to win the pawn back, and I like these positions where I get the split pawns. So I like Gukesh's position. I think he has an advantage. Alireza, after knight d4, no trades. Just simply queen g3. By the way, that comes with a tempo, right? Bishop takes h6.
Yes, it does.
Richie, do something. Pay attention.
King h7.
King h7. Now, there is one difference, right? Now if you take with the queen, then I can...
Bishop d4?
Yeah, I'm just...
But can I still play c6, your idea?
No, I wanted to trade queen, sorry.
No, instead of queen takes d6,
yes,
Black can still play c6, right?
Oh, can you?
Maybe not. Maybe
because there's e5, right? Oops. No, that's pawn. That's 2 pawns. That's going to be too much. So queen g3, Miro, asks some very salient questions.
All your analysis makes sense if you're not a computer, pardon me. Yeah, but no, you're absolutely right, yes. I mean, when I've seen this queen g3, before paying attention to the evaluation, my first thought is, oh, okay, king is in danger, let's do something. Of course, you don't have to worry about the king if you're a computer. So dc5, according to the machine, Black is already better. Because bishop h6, f6, not impressed. I understand it looks scary, but Black has a very strong threat of c7, c6, which doesn't win the material, but pushes White's pieces. I mean, trades the bishops, right?
Right.
And pushes all the White pieces in like a bad position. So after dc5, Black is already better. if it will be played. And by the fact that Richard is pausing here and not playing king h7 or king h8 immediately, I suspect he might find this one.
And in fact, the nice part about it is that
he played c6.
He has played c6 immediately, which also works, because now if bishop takes, you play f6.
Because king h7, c takes d6 is so good for white, you don't, you find the alternative of taking on c5 as well as c6. Sorry, Miro.
So
please,
he played
apologies,
this, and now if bishop h6, he's going to go f6. You don't want to go to b4 or c3, so you have to enter these complications. Bishop captures.
Yeah.
Bishop captures with a check.
Yeah.
You take with the knight. C takes b6. For a brief moment,
you're a pawn up.
Yeah, you're a pawn up, and then c5. And just look at this structure. So b6 pawn's going to be lost sooner or later.
Right.
And white doesn't really have a lot of counterplay, I would argue. Yeah, you can play f4, machine says, but black's not impressed. He goes rook a6.
By the way, bishop h6, f6 on the board
On
as
the
you're
board.
speaking. Yeah.
Yep. On the board. Yep. Well, slightly better for black. Maybe with potential to be not so slightly better.
Yeah, the positional advantage is long term.
Yeah.
Because knight versus bishop in the closed position like that.
The thing is, I think we're trained as players when we see our opponent making a threat. So our immediate reaction is, oh, you're going to threaten me. Well, I will stop you. I will put up my fence and I will... So we see the threat of bishop h6. We don't hesitate. We play king h7, king h8. But oftentimes we forget to stop ourselves and say, well, how severe is it? If I allow you to make that move, bishop takes h6, and you'll be threatening checkmate. Oh, I can resign, I can panic, or I can recognize that, wait a minute, after I play the move f6, guarding the threat, it's not so severe. And that position that Miro was pointing out, knight b6, bishop takes b6, you've got to trade on e6, no choice, knight takes, you have to recapture. Now we're a pawn down. But once we see the move c5 and we say, well, there's no threat of checkmate at all, we've got that beautifully protected. And as soon as we play rook here, rook takes, rook, like
very nice position for black.
Who's better and why? And we have it.
That's a very good example of when you see a good move, look for a better one. Because king h7 was a good move, but
it was.
Richard took his time and found a better one.
He did indeed. And we think that well,
is c5 even necessary? Why not immediately rook a6?
I suppose rook a6, bishop e3.
Okay, and then I'll play c5. Yes.
Because the bishop is not going to force checkmate on its own accord. But
we do have this on the board. Rook a6 was played.
Rook a6 immediately.
So for Firouzja after c5, should he try to open king side up a little bit, maybe f4?
I think he should. Because, frankly, if we don't, I see from black's point of view, takes, I'll put the rook on b3, I'll post the rook on b3, I'll play queen b5, and I'll be putting some serious pressure on both the d3 and b2 pawns. Alireza, for a moment there, was really enjoying life. He had just defeated Magnus Carlsen. For those of you who are joining us late, you missed a dandy, and it looked like he was cruising there for just a moment when he played queen g3, but Richie is turning the tables a bit. I like it. And Miro, tell us about Magnus, who...
Yeah, a little update on Magnus's game.
Yeah,
and
back-to-back
unlike
losses.
many of us, as we were speaking, Yasser, you have this advantage of better pieces placement in a symmetrical position, and you end up giving this advantage away, unless you're Magnus Carlsen. Okay, so in few more moves, he managed to capitalize on this one. Knight to b5 attacking the queen, queen b6, and then if you're a computer, you don't even capture the pawn, you take over here on c6 and go knight d6, and claim that this is even better than what happened in the game. But yeah, we are humans after all. Knight takes a7. That's what Magnus did. It wins the pawn. Knight takes a7, a little funny tactic. Knight takes here, knight takes on c8. Black has to capture, and white wins back the knight. He's a pawn up. Black, in order to not resign immediately, so not to stop here being a pawn down, has to go rook a8. And this might be a little problematic to win, because queens are traded and it's one double pawn, and f6 in this type of endgame might not be such a bad move.
It might be useful, absolutely.
Right, it still favors, computer still favors white, but I would say Vishy is not without a chance.
Yeah, you had me at a pawn up there. I was getting all expected.
Jump to Nepo's game, because
let's do it. Nepo has just landed quite the move, a visual. After knight c4, bishop bishop e8, sorry, knight h5, eyeballing the f4 square. Nepo said, go for it. g4, wow. Really.
See, g4 is a very aggressive move, but it's also weakening move.
Yes, you
I
expose.
wonder if it was correct.
Well, I mean, the idea, of course, is oops, don't allow a checkmate. And if you have to go back, well, yeah, maybe it's not the greatest, but wait a minute. You know, there are ideas of knight to g5 as well as knight to
all
g6.
this in between moves.
Okay,
just
wait,
like
wait,
we saw in the game.
What am I
Lupulescu
missing?
played bishop d6.
Okay, and I'm assuming rook e1. Yeah.
He took on e5.
Bishop e5, knight e5.
Yes, knight takes e5, and here I thought he had maybe queen b6, which he didn't play.
Oh, that would have been a Verrassing, a surprise. But
I guess you can just play rook e2.
You attack, I defend,
yeah.
that kind of thing?
Because I still don't have knight f4.
Well, you were telling me about those little in-between moves.
Maybe we can keep
so
going.
Yasser, Nazi, was g4 a good move? What do you think? And since I'm asking,
it gains
you already have an
time.
idea.
I'm going to guess it was not a good move.
I don't like the move g4. Exposing my king is something I'm very, very reluctant to do.
Right, but the simple logic that the position is already good, right?
Right,
and
why do I
would
need it?
Yeah, why would I give chances? You guessed correctly that knight f6 was bad, because, interestingly, g5 and g6. Just like that, just go forward.
And splat.
And yeah, and this one wins. He found the first line of the good variation for black, Lupulescu that is, rook e1, and then the second move, I don't think it's easy. He had to go bishop b4, and it's a really hard move to play.
Wow.
So the fact is the rook is kind of overloaded, protecting the knight and the bishop on c1.
Yeah.
And the knight on h5 is hanging, but the moment white captures the knight, he no longer has a threat on the h file. And this is something that, in my opinion, hard to realize. Yeah. So the knight is hanging, but it's not kind of hanging enough.
Right.
So, and bishop b4, believe it or not, computer has it, rook f1, bishop d6, rook e1,
and let's
bishop
make a
b4,
draw.
and let's make a draw. So apparently, I'm
Wow.
not claiming that there is no way for white to continue, but at least according to computer, that was the big chance for Lupulescu
So
to equalize.
g4 was a mistake.
Was a mistake, yeah. Like, looks like any sane move keeps the advantage. Bishop d2, bishop d3, and g4, even though, of course, logical, but a bit impatient.
But looks like in the game it worked out for Nepo, because now I see his pawn is all the way on g6.
Exactly. So after bishop.
And also let's take a notice at the
D6.
time. He has 17 minutes against Lupulescu's 53 seconds.
53 seconds.
Yes.
Yikes. Bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, knight drops back, and this is precisely what the doctor ordered for Nepo. g5, knight h5, g6, give me that knight. The knight had to drop back, and now Nepo can just grab a second pawn. Oh, pardon me, is that a first pawn? I'm not sure.
It's the first pawn.
Yeah, sorry. Grab the pawn on h7, and, well, he's got beautiful attack. Queen is e6, bishop is
No
coming to...
counterplay.
And even the bishop, pardon me, if I can go bishop to g6 and bishop takes and knight g6 will be checkmate. And the 53 seconds too, that doesn't help. So Constantin, he's being targeted.
I wonder what
Miro.
Nepo's thinking about, because obviously, I mean, seeing what computer suggests, it's very funny.
Yeah.
There is bishop g5 in this position, which is logical, kind of developing the bishop, but there is also a sneaky move a2, a3.
A3?
A2, a3. Point being that very likely e6 gonna drop, and bishop a2 is what it wants at some point. It goes a3 and bishop a2, which is funny.
Oh boy.
And it's much better. It's much better for white, of course.
But for me, if I'm in Nepo's shoes and I've just gone g4, g5, g6, and you know, wild horses couldn't stop me from playing g6 takes h7. I mean, you know, like I'm unleashed.
And
I might as well make it all the way
I would
up the board.
definitely not be looking at a3 bishop.
Yeah, and a3 would not be on my radar at all.
But what's interesting, if you take on h7 with the pawn, then after knight d7, black is back in the game.
Black is back in the game.
He's still fighting, because yeah, like the pieces for white are still not that, let's say, not that well coordinated.
So,
and you're probably killing your attack on the h file.
The pawn on h7 is actually helping black. It's one of those cases.
Yes, exactly. And again, I was so proud of myself when I came to understand that a white pawn on h7 could be interfering with the attack. Your opponent pawn is acting as a shield. Let's go around the horn quickly because I'm sure the games have been heating up. Let's go to the game between Fabi and Duda, because it seems to me like Fabi has made quite a progress. The minority attack has missed the mark completely. There's no b5 at all. And it seems to me that Duda is kind of rearranging his pieces, but not necessarily achieving anything in the whole process.
Yeah,
that's the way I feel.
It looks solid for white. It's probably equal.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Has Magnus, pardon me, where are you, Magnus?
Board 4?
Yep. Have you, Magnus, achieved, well, you've got the extra pawn, but you've got the ending that Miro was talking about, where the pawn on f6 is actually useful. In the middle games that we were seeing, the pawn was not that great, but the extra pawn
Magnus
is meaningful.
The master of
beast.
endgames.
Yeah, he's
always converting drawish endgames. So
he's a beast at grinding away. Rook d7 and king f7. I was about to say Vichy went king f8 right away, an indication that after king e2 he might want to play rook e7. No, excuse me, rook to c7, king to d3, and now king f7. Somehow I feel like maybe Vichy lost a tempo in that, but he is looking for knight e6. I would try to stop my opponent.
Knight d4 looks very good.
Yeah, it's certainly
And then I can also
the
play
most
g4.
tempting.
I like g4 for white.
G4? Just gaining some space, yeah?
I'm playing on all three sides, really.
How do you like b5 and maybe b4? b5, knight e6, b4? Just gaining a little bit more space over there?
I would start with knight d4 because I just don't want black to activate the knight.
Agreed.
Which he just played. And then I'll consider those options.
And I liked also, you know, it's funny, I like gaining space with g4. I like gaining space with b5. Okay, Magnus is doing his thing. Is Nepo doing his thing? Guess what? Nepo also thought
he didn't take
better
h7,
of
yeah.
g6 takes h7. There, my impatience of wanting to capture on h7 got the better of me. Bishop to d2, a very natural move, by the way. h6, and 50
I want
seconds,
to take
you
on
said.
h6 so badly.
With every fiber of your being, right?
It's probably nothing, though, because queen comes to g7 right away.
Wouldn't you want to take on e6 as well, though?
Yeah, I guess that pawn is just hanging.
For sure, right? I mean, knight d7 is potentially on black's agenda, and queen takes e6 means that d5 is hanging, so you're not moving, if you will.
Yeah, queen e6 looks good.
Miro, jump in on this one. I'm a pawn grabber, dude.
Right you are. You want to take this pawn. However, once again, the engine really wants this bishop on a2, this time by going a4 for whatever reason, or just to play bishop d3 and develop the pieces and so on.
Well, that's rook c1 too, so bishop d3.
Let's check out what, queen e6 is an advantage. Have a bishop d7 and...
Knight f7 check?
Knight f7, I'm afraid...
What am I blundering?
I'm afraid it doesn't want to play knight f7, you see?
It
Knight
won't
f7,
allow you.
Rook f7,
yes.
And the queen is getting... No. Knight g4. Come on.
Queen h2. Queen h2 mate.
Knight g4. That's what the machine says. I had no idea, to be honest. You cannot protect h2 in a sufficient way.
Right.
Because f4 and there'll be a check and so on. So apparently the moral of the story is that we need to develop the queen side first.
Wow.
So that's why. And he did play bishop d3, which is a good move. Yeah.
Nice. Let's just jump to Firouzja versus Richie Rapport for a moment, because that game also kind of got away from us. f4 was played, by the way. f5, knight d4, and look at this. Richie on
Picked up a pawn.
Yeah, big time. That is a very handsome pawn.
Very healthy pawn, and I don't see how white can...
Rook e3, and look at that. You know, everything's gone. This looks outstanding for Richie. Firouzja in big trouble on this one, Miro.
Right you are. Right you are. It's
extra
really,
pawn and
really
position.
Really bad. Well, it's up to -3, so +3 in black's favor. Yeah, and looking at the lines, I can hardly spot anything where white gets to play against black's king. So
right.
If the game will continue like I take on d5, you know, and well try to protect my weak pawns, no, it's not good.
Not a pleasant situation.
So when did he? Somewhere around this moment, I guess. Knight d4, bishop e3 was still fine. Bishop d4. No, maybe he underestimated the whole thing.
Yeah,
it's
looks
just a bad position.
Oh, I think allowing rook e2, rook e3 was much worse for white.
So you're saying
he didn't
rook
have to play
f1.
rook f1. Yeah, he had to push the h-pawn, but
H-pawn.
still it doesn't change the evaluation dramatically. Black is still better.
Exactly. By the way, there was a knight trade in Magnus's game after knight to d4, knight c6. There was a trade. So we're in this rook ending where, again, we're nursing this extra half a pawn because it's a doubled pawn.
Well, I think it's much better because now if rook has to move, right? We can't go in the pawn ending down a pawn. Can we? But if rook moves, I have rook d7.
Well, exactly. Rook b6 or rook c6, rook to d7,
King
and I
g6,
think
king c4, and
he's
white is
done
winning.
rook b6. But this move, rook d7, looks dreadful. For a moment, is that king and pawn endgame completely winning? Was it completely winning, Miro?
Has to be.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
I'm afraid we need more
Yeah.
computer power on this, but it claims to be winning. Yes.
Okay, I can well believe it. But what we do have, by the way, is Magnus magic once again, because this rook ending looks absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, this one's really, really bad.
After the move king c4, I'm threatening b5, winning on the spot. So rook c6 check was a forced situation.
I feel like my king is too close to the b pawn.
Exactly.
That's why it should be winning.
Exactly. I'm thinking that the rook will rearrange itself.
There is very annoying move now, rook to d2. I want to go king a4 and b5. And if b5 played, then back to d5 with the rook.
Exactly. Rook to d2 to protect, to defend against c2. And what you were saying, the king is just too close to the b6 pawn. A king a4, and that's the type of move, that move rook d2, that Magnus is just so, you know, great at finding. Another move that I found attractive was rook to c3, with the idea of putting the pawn on b5 and rook c6. I think it's choices. What else is happening?
Gukesh is also winning his game. it was equal for a long time, but now it looks like
Yeah, this
he's
one.
about to win material.
When we left it just here, and I was extolling the virtues of splitting the opponent's pawn, and he took the pawn on c5.
Yeah, he's up 2 pawns now.
And whoa. Oh, sorry, the rook on e8 is hanging. Okay, good morning, St. Louis. I was about to blunder the bishop. Queen takes e4, but I was blundering the rook. So first of all, we've got to move the rook.
So rook b8 probably?
All right, let's have a look. And then I have a tempo against the queen, right?
You can play queen c6 also.
Nice.
Unnecessary,
But okay, style points. You're getting the style points, Nazi, today. Nice. So rook b8, queen c6, as well as rook e1. 2 pawns should be winning. Is time a factor, by the way? The clocks, I mean.
They're both under 3 minutes.
By the way, Ivan Saric, he's had some really excellent positions. And in day one, he could have potentially won at a certain moment, just a key moment against Magnus. He did have a winning moment, I want to put it like that. Do we have rook b8 on the board? No.
Not yet.
Not
but
yet.
we have updates in Nepo's game.
Sure, let's
He has
do it.
managed to win the e6 pawn and keep the extra healthy pawn alive.
All right, so we left it at bishop d3, knight g8, and
He's about to win his 3rd game in a row.
and that means 6 points, because the double points that you get for winning a rapid game brings him, like that's hitting the trampoline, you know, and it brings him right back into a tournament that he was doing poorly in, Miro. I mean, Jan was crying at breakfast with Anastasiya, how do I win 1 game in a row? Well,
He figured it out.
he figured it out.
He's done, yeah. Since he's won the first one, now who can stop him?
Exactly. Well, I see that you were putting queen a3 on the board. Is that necessary?
No, that wasn't clever, yeah. Queen a3, there is a check.
Yeah. Just
a little update, if you allow me,
Sure,
on
please.
Alireza against Rapport, because, well, Richie, he's still better, but over here, after oops. Come on. They started to play immediately, right, when I got in this position. After h5, it seems that better was queen e5 and then having some rook g3 ideas. He went with queen d6, rook f4, queen a3. So instead of rook f4, white could have played h6, and turns out it's not that obvious.
Rook g3?
Yeah, rook g3, queen h4, and somehow computer finds some idea. It's less than a pawn for black in this line.
Things seem to be heating up. Queen takes a3 and h6 are on the board. Yeah.
Right, so you have to create something against the king or resign. Only 2 options, right? A pawn, too many extra pawns.
Right.
Computer's not impressed. It actually preserves his extra pawn with c5. And rook e1 is the blunder, and now it's equal.
What?
But this is how it works. Yeah, so now takes, queen takes, go to h2,
Right.
and it says it's equal. And by the way, the only way to make it equal is to go back to e7 and then go to d7 or d6 check and still, yeah, well, perhaps now this counterplay is enough.
Wow.
So rook e1 slips away the advantage.
And what he should have done was just play c6, c5, defend the pawn
Not
on
only,
d4.
c5 was good, rook f7 was good, so he controls the e-file. There is, well, no need to exchange the e3 rook for f1 rook.
Which he has done, by the way.
Yep.
Queen takes e1, king h2 on
King
the board.
h2 is on the board.
Queen e7, and Richie kind of played queen e7 happily, not realizing that perhaps rook e4 is giving...
There is rook e4, there is also rook d4 at some point, computer was saying, so that means simply the position changed. It's not a sudden chance anymore. It's just, you can take here, and as well, it's only minus 0.1 instead of minus 3, which was like few moves ago.
Wow.
So that's just playable
stunning,
position.
stunning. Again, I want to just go around the horn quickly because I think we're getting into time trouble. We do have the game of Vichy and Magnus, and let's see what happened when we left it. Right on cue.
Rook D2, great
D2,
move.
King A4.
King's going hunting.
Yes, pawn hunting. King B5, H4, and we're expecting to take the pawn, right?
King B6, Rook B4, King C5.
Correct, and we're just ready to play
Yep.
B4, and after Rook B3, and he's done it. And for Vichy, I mean, this is just, oh, I mean, I can't imagine how painful this is because he's played a great event. He just had drawn with the black pieces, and if he had gotten past this test, I mean, you know, the goal of winning the event is, you know, in reach, and now he's going to go down to his first defeat, and this is just so painful because he's had a great tournament so far, just great.
All right, started with a draw, then won 3 games in a row.
Yep.
Then another draw against Fabi with the black pieces.
And it wasn't the opening. Maybe he was slightly worse out of the opening. It's just some remarkable play by Magnus, the
In the
Magnus
endgame.
magic, and yeah.
I think now it's just completely winning.
Exactly.
Black is passively defending. There's no counterplay on the king side.
Exactly.
It's just a matter of time.
And the rook will, if the rook goes back to b8, the rook will come to b2, and even at the cost of the f-pawn, you're picking up the rook, and that's the game. That's the game.
Looks like we're going to have a lot of decisive games in the last round.
Well, no question about it, and that really impacts the tournament dramatically because of Fabi has won a pawn, if I've got this right. Just a second.
Right you are, Yasser.
What? I'm trying to count him. Not yet, not yet. He hasn't won a pawn yet. But wait a minute.
He's about to.
I have a couple of visuals for you, Yasser.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so that was a position after move 20. If you compare, okay, on your analysis board, compare position after move 20 and position after move 36. And if you can tell any difference in pawn structure.
Yeah, well, white
Nothing has changed. There was a lot of maneuvering, and it ended up with black playing a5, not white playing b5, but black playing a5.
Exactly.
And it looks like Magnus won his game.
Magnus is the first to win, and I have to say, you know, Magnus, after those back-to-back losses, to win against Vichy
The tournament
on
leader.
demand.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, if he doesn't win this game and stop Vichy, he's got no chances. I mean, Vichy will cruise. So our congratulations to Magnus, and that would be so sore. That's
For Anand.
For Anand. Let's go to Nepo's game very quickly. Where
I think
are
he's
you,
put in the
Nepo?
final touches. I like
Where?
that he actually used his time. Went down from 17 minutes to 3 minutes now that
Against
he's winning.
the 50 seconds, yeah?
He's taking his time to convert just to not let Lupulescu escape.
Yeah.
It's an interesting fortress that Black has on the king side. Of course, White has an extra pawn. It's winning, but how do we break through?
Yeah, I was thinking that, you know, you just want to play h3 so you make sure that there's no
Queen G4s.
and then you go, you know, rook e8 splat, right? I don't know exactly how you're supposed to go rook e8 splat, but that's
the goal.
h3. Yeah, okay, you just tidy things up a little bit there. And
Maybe Queen e5, Queen e7 is Queen exchange should be great, right?
Right. Queen e5, Queen e7, Queen e7 as well as Queen c5. Yeah, but that move h2, h3. So Queen e5. Oh, he's hesitating. There was something there that the last seconds. Check. King g1. And what you were saying, Queen e7 is. Once that makes an appearance, we're going to take it and go rook e8, right? Oops. Miro, looks like Nepo is going to go 3 out of 3.
Yes, right you are. Yes, that's completely winning. After this last move, Queen e6 is the easiest. Queen e6, and you were right about this idea that eventually you want something on e8.
Right.
Also queen e4 maybe, just to force the queen exchange?
Yes, queen e4 also very, very
Yeah,
nice.
queen e4 puts the final touch.
Yes. Queen f5.
He plays neither
Not
of those
a mistake.
moves.
Not a mistake.
He's reaching for his rook. He wants to go rook e8. Rook e8.
Let's not miss any knight f3 moves.
Take it.
Wait, where, on g5?
Rook e8,
rook
knight
e8.
f3 check.
Oh,
And take on
I see.
f3.
Knight f3,
Take
queen
on
f3,
f3.
Oh, queen g6 check.
queen g6.
Oh, check. Queen g6. Oh, he's played
he's
rook
going for
e8.
He played rook e8, but then after knight f3,
Yes.
he's no longer winning.
What?
No. It's +1 only, plus 0.9 if black finds knight f3. And what do you do even? No, he didn't. He went queen c1.
Queen.
And it's lights out.
That's a lucky break for Nepo right now.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's shocking. Why is a king? Nepo's playing very, very quickly here. He's got 3 minutes.
Oh, he's excited to
Okay,
win his
here
third
you can
game.
block with the queen on e4.
What?
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Queen e4, you're safe to play queen e4.
F3, not bad. Not bad either.
Okay,
F3.
he's going to win.
Yes, he's going to win. What about Fabi?
And he just won.
And he did win. We were there for the
Oh,
handshake.
I saw him say knight f3. Nepo's telling Lupulescu because he noticed.
Uh-oh. And jumping to the game of Fabi versus Duda, Fabi's won a couple of pawns here.
He's up one pawn, but he has 2 connected passers now.
Yeah,
That
but
look
is his king a
unstoppable.
little bit vulnerable after g4?
I mean, I like White's central pawns as well.
Exactly.
How do we get to the king?
Well, for Duda, by the way, he can't wait. I mean, he's got to get his counterplay in virtually immediately. He
So
played
he wants knight e4.
e5. Knight e4, but rook d8.
First I have to play rook d1,
Okay,
but you have rook d7.
8 seconds. 4, 3.
Calmly plays
yeah.
rook d1 with 2 seconds.
I mean, I saw Irina Krush in the Cairns Cup playing with 1 second on her clock, no problem. Makes her move.
After rook to e to d7, am I just losing the d4 pawn?
That was my question. I was thinking that the move e5 is a surprise for me. But rook to d7? Hello. Miro, jump in.
Right. I mean, if you want to know what computer thinks,
Yeah.
you better don't, because
It's
after
overwhelming
Queen C4,
for...
yeah, Queen C4 wasn't the best, and then White could have fought his way back to the game. E5 is a bit of a mistake.
Right.
Rook D8, Rook D1. Now you can play Rook E to D7, or just go A4. Black is, well, -2.5, winning.
No attack
But
at all.
there is no direct win. There's no, like, win immediately, which was available instead of Queen C4.
I see.
By the way-
And the clock time, sorry, Nazi? I can't really
see.
tell. It looks like a minute.
12 seconds against minute and 15.
Okay.
Firouzja's game, it looked like he was saving the rook ending, but now it's...
Firouzja has lost completely.
Oh, yeah. No, that rook is...
There was a moment where he took
ideal.
c-pawn instead of going for the a-pawn. That was very strange. Move 42. If we can go to move 42.
Move 42.
So instead of rook takes c6, he
Wait
could
a
have
second,
played
and it's back to draw?
rook a7 and take the a4 pawn. So why take c6 when he can take a4?
Exactly. And what is going on here?
How is this a draw?
I'm just going to catch up to the current
Oh,
position.
wow, this is...
He had
the
his
rook
rook.
is kind of stuck.
He had
Black
the rook behind the pawn. Now he put the rook on the side of the pawn. That was that clever?
So what was the mistake?
If you check the moment when he played a2, which is a tempting move, rook e5 was winning. But that's perhaps the only moment.
Wow.
This is an unusual save.
To say the least. Oh my goodness. I mean, he was playing these very natural looking moves, picking up the pawn on d3, playing a2. And
I mean, still, so now he's trying to get the king to the queen side. Of course, it takes a long time, so I should just maybe push the pawn, g5?
Yeah, g5 is the only move to save the game now.
Right.
Right, if I move the king, of course, king d5 looks...
Yeah, but
looks
over. It's not that you've got many moves, right?
Yeah.
By the way, just to
Should
boldly
he-
state the obvious, we have 2 results and both games have been decisive. So 3 games remaining. We've got g6 on the board, expecting.
And the
king
other 2
c5.
games are also...
Decisive?
Decisive. Gukesh is winning and Fabiano is winning.
Exactly. And again, for those of you joining us late, Nepo has made a run for the roses as he's won the Triple Crown for today, 3 games in a row, picking up 6 points, 6 crucial points. Fabi,
2 seconds.
with 2 seconds.
I think Rich forgot
Richie
about the
is
clock
forgetting
for a
about
moment.
his clock. Oh, that was a
It's-
great move by Firouzja. Rook f.
It's because such an
One.
interesting endgame, you just want to sit and calculate.
Exactly, but
and you
3
can forget
seconds,
about the time.
2 seconds.
Rook back to a1. Yes.
Rook back to a1 threatens the
Back
d4
to d2,
pawn.
and we're gonna see the repetition.
Wow,
What a save by Firouzja.
that was remarkable, truly. But we are threatening g7 here.
Can he
Something
go
has
rook
to be
g-
done.
No.
3
He
seconds?
keeps trying
Or no?
d3. But
About
after
G7?
g7, rook g2, king d3, and yeah, that's
Yeah, that's going to be a draw. We can turn our attention to the game of Fabi for a moment because this game is deciding second place.
And Duda
Fabi
resigned.
is winning.
And he just resigned as we were joining the game. Fabi just
overtakes
Bishop.
Duda, right, in the
Yes,
standings?
yes, leapfrog.
And Gukesh looks like he has 3 extra pawns. We have opposite color bishop endgames, but rook's still on the board.
And finally, we do have a draw between Richie and Firouzja, but the 3 extra pawns, you had me at 1 extra pawn, but 3 extra pawns. Gukesh, how is he doing? How did he do that? How do you do that?
We were not following that game, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, but okay, so Gukesh will just play bishop e2. With his 3 extra pawns, he'll start to play h5 and just push him, baby. h5 and g4. And I was about to say, you gain a tempo. You want to keep...
King's gonna go to...
You like to keep the pawn on
G2?
f2. So
And
it's
he
nice.
resigned.
And he resigned.
And Gukesh wins 2 in a row.
Bravo. And 1 game remaining.
I think
No, that's it.
Nothing remains, Yasser.
No.
Once
no.
again, 4
4
results.
decisive. No, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Yes,
4
4
out of 5.
decisive games. Well, day 1 was full of fireworks. Well, bring it on.
Continues.
Yeah, I was about to say happy 4th of July, and the fireworks continues as well. The leaderboard got all scrambled there as Vichy, our leader, lost, but so did our runner-up, Duda, and Fabi.
Did Fabi catch Anand or pass?
Fabi.
I think he caught Anand.
Caught Anand.
But he passed
Duda.
Duda. Wow. Okay, we'll get you the standings shortly, but a very eventful round.
What a day.
Yeah.
Who would have guessed Nepo winning 3 games in a row, Magnus losing the first 2,
Right.
then coming back and beating the leader of the tournament.
Yeah.
Completely unpredictable.
Again, I mean, for me, I really feel I think chess players in general really feel the loss, the pain of the loss, greater than the joy of the victory.
Always.
And it's sort of like for Vichy, this loss to Magnus really, really, really hurts because he was just so close to passing this huge test. He had black with Fabi the game before. Very, very comfortable draw. It looked like he did very well out of the opening, and Magnus had, well, a little bit of a nibble, but nothing serious. But it was knight takes a7, Miro, that that really rocked Vichy's world there.
Right, yeah, and then perhaps close to perfect Carlsen's technique. And the position I have on the board, it's not about the position, but the player who we, I'm afraid, do not mention enough. Gukesh.
Yeah.
So 2 wins today, and not only that, if you check on accuracy or quality of his play, he's amazing.
Yes? Well, tell us about the accuracy. How accurate was it?
Well, can't do so without the computer in this particular one, right? But yeah, there were some moments when it looked like he was very close to dropping the advantage. He would pick it up again. And yeah, like winning even this position, right? Opposite colored bishops, but black has, you know, some counterplay and so on. Now he managed. And when I'm talking accuracy, I mean his game against Rapport was just amazing with seconds on the clock, remember, in the first round of today.
Yeah. Interesting. Let's jump to Zagreb and check in with our colleagues.
Thanks, Yaz. Jan, first of all, welcome back to our show. 3 victories in a row. Yesterday you told Anastasiya, you asked her, how do you win 1 game in a row? Now you won 3.
uneasy.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I had like, you know, I was really curious at some point. Like it was like rapid chess, I guess, was my arguably strongest discipline. Yeah, like so I played really nice, but okay, now my rating went low, and okay, I'm playing overall not so shiny. So it turned out maybe that I should also calculate some lines, yeah, not to play like blitz. So just it's blitz with like 25 minutes. It could, you know, have some drawback, yeah, of getting bad position too early.
But this was always your style, right?
No.
Still something wasn't working. What was it?
No, I can't say it was my style, so I was calculating a lot all the time, but okay, now I became like old and yeah, lazy. Yeah, I'm just trying to play with hand only, yeah, without like any calculations. So yeah, that's something I tried to adjust today, and yeah, it worked nicely. But overall, I think games were not so great.
Well, let's talk about this game against yourself and Richie, because I was definitely impressed with your opening knowledge. Like you were blitzing out your moves and
and get a bad position. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, actually, I think I was the one who introduced this line more or less in some online rapid. I guess it was like during COVID or something. So I knew a thing or two about this line. But the h3 move, maybe I went for this plan which is too ambitious. Yeah, like if white plays like queen d2, queen f4, queen h4, which is another plan for white here, then okay, then you can go for knight d7, b8, c6. But here the way is way more natural. Yeah, like okay, another knight, but whatever.
Yeah.
But this bishop e3, queen d2 is more natural, and I think I'm not in time with this knight c6 play. But when I analyzed the position, yeah, it suddenly had a very strong move at some point. Here I thought I'm doing quite nice.
And I think perhaps this was
yeah, here I should have taken on f5 perhaps, but I wasn't sure, like after the f6, knight e4, I wasn't sure about this position. So
knight e4.
Knight e4, of course, yeah. So maybe I played like d5, take a pawn, maybe something else. Okay, this is very, very, I don't know, very unclear. So eventually I decided to start with like f6. So after knight g4, I take on f5. But here was some genius move, bishop g4, which is like hard to explain why this move is so strong. But yeah, just to show something, like if here we start with like takes, bishop g4. Here I have like f5, takes, perhaps takes here, and well, d5 or bishop d7 is should be quite playable. Yeah, but bishop g4 immediately is something I'm not ashamed to blunder. Yeah, but yeah.
Maybe in a classical game, but definitely not in a rapid.
No, I mean, okay, just this move makes not so much sense to me, but yeah, it's very strong.
Yeah.
And but here, here suddenly I felt like I had sort of an upper hand because my play is so easy. But after c3, I think he's nearly lost.
Yeah. Yeah, and you
so perhaps with some precise play he could like hold on, but yeah, this position overall is. Yeah, he tried to sacrifice an exchange here, but I guess this was once again I was like too lazy to calculate, so I just chopped on d5, and this is pretty much technical, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's winning, but it looks like. very nice chances.
Still, 3 out of 3, a perfect day for you. You're, I think, in the co-leading position right now. How do you feel confidence-wise, and how important is confidence for you and for your type of play?
You know, it's better to be confident than not. I guess it more or less works to everyone in the same way. Yeah, but I'm more or less, you know, I think it would be difficult to play worse than yesterday, frankly. Because I think I was lost at some point in all 3 games, and also I missed some very nice tactics against Gukesh. I guess when he played the queen before, it was like queen c4. There was like bishop b5, almost winning. So I didn't see like anything. So today I think like I played a little bit better. So at least I made some reasonable moves. Yeah, some nice decisions. But it's yet. I mean, it's unclear, so it's one day was bad, one day was good, so let's see what happens tomorrow.
Jan, always great to have you back at your best. Go get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Nepo. And here are the standings after 2 incredibly eventful days.
Wow, things have changed a lot in the last 2 rounds.
They certainly have.
So we have 3 co-leaders now, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Viswanathan.
All sitting on 8 points, being chased.
Being chased by Duda, which is not surprising, but Gukesh, who just won 2 games in a row and is fighting to join the leaders.
Absolutely, with Magnus, Carlsen, and Richie Rapport behind them. And we've got to get in some thank yous. First of all, to the foundations in Croatia, the SuperUnited, as well as the Full of Life. And here, I mean, really big shout out to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center for everything that they do for us, and boy, do they take good care of us when we're in St. Louis. So thank you, everybody. And again, in Croatia, the Full of Life Foundation, as well as the SuperUnited, thank you for that. And Miro, could you tell me about that knight f3 moment that Constantin had? Because I thought after rook e8, it was going to be a handshake right there.
You know, honestly, I'm not sure if Nep was aware of it. Because he mentioned something about game 1, but he didn't tell about this one. So once again, for those who might be joining us right now, that's a game between Nepomniachtchi and Lupulescu. Nepo is winning for like the last 20 moves.
Right.
And he goes for a decisive blow, which is rook e8.
Right.
And you've seen this bar dropped. Because of knight f3, check, and then I think you just calculate, okay, I chop the knight, he cannot take the queen because it's a checkmate, right?
Clear.
And there is a little problem that if you take on f3, he captures on g6 with a check. And this one, computer has as better for white because king goes somewhere, it takes, ups, takes there. But no, it's not really better, it's almost a draw.
Right.
So after knight f3, and I've tried to play the other line, which is king f1, and then it's a check, king to g2, and you win the queen, and once again, you win the queen, but you cannot really take it because there is a checkmate still. So you give this check, and white goes f4, and black has to find, and this is important, black has to find queen d6. And for whatever reason, this saves. Because now takes, queen has to go, knight g6, queen g6, and the only move. So once again, we are saying that that's like knight f3 would have made a draw. In case you would find next 5, 6, strictly only moves. Queen e7 is the only move, because now the king is getting into perpetual check, and that's it. Yeah, so it was a sudden chance, but it was a tough one.
Wow. Knight f3 didn't force a draw. Just wanted to say, let's go back to Zagreb and Cristian, as he's with a special guest.
Gukesh, first of all, welcome to the show, but more importantly, welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. This is your first participation at the Grand Chess Tour. How are you feeling, and how important is this tournament for you?
I'm feeling very nice to be here. This is my Grand Chess Tour debut, and of course I've been following pretty much all the Grand Chess Tour events, and yeah, it's quite important to me. I hope to do well, and put on a good performance.
You're definitely doing just that. It was a slow first day for you. Obviously, the first game against Magnus, that's always difficult, but you picked up the pace in day 2 and you finished with 2 important victories. Talk to us about that, about the change of mindset from yesterday to today that helped you.
Yeah, yesterday I would say it's a decent start. I mean, losing against Magnus is not something that should never happen. So.
Of course.
Yeah. After that, I played 2 interesting games, which ended in a draw. I was feeling pretty good, and yeah, today against Rapport, I might have had some chances, and then in the end, he had this. Can we?
Let's see if we can pull that game. That was round 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. Yes.
So in the end, I think I was better at some point, but
you were with the white pieces. Just to give some background to the story. Oh yeah, this crazy game.
Yeah.
And he actually had a win, I think, at some point towards the end.
Yeah, the win was quite nice. I missed rook f3, and then here he had to go like rook g2, king f1.
Yes.
He rushed with bishop h3, but he has to go rook f2 first. King e1, rook back.
And now
king
the
f1
rook is no longer hanging.
Yeah.
And he can play bishop h3, and now he has some checks. Yeah.
I think king f1.
Was it this, I believe?
Sorry, there is
bishop to h3, right?
Yeah, rook b3, rook g3.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's no rook hanging on e2.
Yeah. This was this was a missed win for him.
Did you spot it during the game?
No, I didn't spot it, but I kind of felt that there should be something, because with the 2 rooks and my rook on b4, it felt like there should be something, but I didn't see it. But okay, it was just a time scramble. So that was fine. And
Do
then,
you get energy from these time scrambles, because you know you get the adrenaline running and everything that comes with it?
Yeah, I try not to go to time scrambles because it's a bit too crazy for me, but yeah, sometimes I land up there. And
let's talk about the last game also, because I feel that one was quite smooth, and I really enjoyed your conversion. Talk to us about this game.
Actually, I just missed knight a5, which is just a pawn blunder actually. Because b3, queen f6, and
yeah,
knight c3. Sorry, I think he has to take ed5 first, and then cd, queen f6, knight c3, and okay.
Somewhat still survivable. Yeah, actually, white is just fine.
But I saw like maybe here queen f6, knight c3. I was not sure about this though. Knight e4.
This turns into a mess. Exchange down, but you have great compensation.
I thought I blundered a pawn, but maybe not. Yeah. So that's why I didn't play b3, but okay, with knight c3 I just like admitted I made a mistake, and I was just trying to equalize. And yeah, here I saw a nice trick. So rook d1, and I think here I spotted he has to go queen c8. After which
go for bishop g4.
Yeah, after which I probably have to do this. I mean, and the endgame is not pleasant, but it should be holdable.
Yeah. Maybe lose the b3 pawn after c4,
Yeah.
but
c4 I thought b4, but yeah, it's not pleasant.
Yeah. Still
But
limited material. You're close to
Yeah.
maybe pulling a draw.
So you went queen f6, and I spotted this nice trick with queen e3. The point being bishop d4, I have knight e4.
Oh, that's very nice.
So here I already equalized, and I was starting to get ambitious. Yeah, and queen f5 was just a bad move, I think. Because I saw bishop b7, bishop d4. But I thought I could take this, but apparently not.
You have some knight d5 ideas?
Yeah, rook d8, knight d5 was the point. But maybe he can go rook a8, and then I saw... bishop e3, he can go rook d8 back.
Yes.
That's
the key point.
the point.
No more knight d5. Very nice, but he seems to have made some mistakes along the way.
Yeah, he
Perhaps
gave up
already
a
this
pawn.
knight c4.
He already he gave up a pawn, and knight c4 was already quite bad.
And now it just became a matter of conversion.
Yeah,
and,
my conversion was not smooth, but I think it was enough for
good enough.
Good enough.
Good enough. Gukesh, congratulations. You're already used to playing against all these great players at such a young age. Congratulations. Go get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Gukesh. As we have a very tumultuous round 6, tell us about our standings, Nasi.
We have 3 leaders, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Viswanathan with 8 points.
As we say, all to play for, right?
And just 1 point behind, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Gukesh. And it's very hard to believe that Magnus is not in the first half of the standings, but we know he can pull off anything, so he'll be trying to win all 3 games tomorrow.
Definitely. And Miro, kind of sum up, again, another topsy-turvy day.
Absolutely, and it kind of proves that doesn't matter how good or how bad you did on day 1, there is always a room to turn it upside down, right? We can see Jan pulling up 3 out of 3, and at the same time Magnus struggling. Even after beating Viswanathan in the principal game, he's still only on 50%. So the only thing I want to remind that the tournament does not end tomorrow, right? There'll be blitz as well. It's a long distance to cover, and practically every player can improve his result.
Absolutely, yes. We'll just get some final thoughts from Cristian for day 2 of the Rapids. Over to you in Zagreb, Cristian.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, and as you said, Miro, the tournament definitely doesn't end, and we've seen that displayed in Poland when Magnus just scored, I believe, +10 in the blitz portion to win that event. So absolutely anything can happen. Definitely don't count the former world champion out of contention just yet. There's still 1 day of Rapid, a lot of points at stake, and I have to say I'm impressed by a lot of players, but specifically Nepo has been showing great form today, but also Fabi. Fabi did really well. He started off shaky yesterday, but I have to say he's definitely picking up the pace. And how much confidence does that victory against Magnus Carlsen give you?
I think yes. I mean, it's a very important victory for him, and I'm also impressed with Nepo result, especially after talking about it in the morning at the beginning of the round that he was doing not so well. I mean, suddenly he heard what I said and started to win everything. Yes, and actually I spent 2 last rounds sitting all the time inside of the hall, and it was such a great atmosphere. It was really cool to see Magnus winning this game against Vichy. It seemed that he was actually bored about the position. He was kind of sleepy, you know. It seemed like he will make this kind of quick draw, but suddenly, you know, step by step, he started like to wake up, and at the end, you know, I mean, he managed even to crush the former world champion, and I think it was very important victory for him, you know, after losing 2 games in a row. I mean, yeah, I mean, you really need to do something. After that, actually, all chess fans left the playing venue because Magnus, he went there also, and he signed some autographs, so he was in a better mood, but still, I think not in a good one.
I want to ask you about that moment when Magnus lost against Alireza and he just froze on top of the board, looking at the audience. And for a second, I thought that he maybe is insulted by the fact that they're clapping, but it didn't feel that way. I think he was just calculating something.
I think yes, he missed. I felt like he missed this move Queen F8 check, and then he understood that Queen F4 is not working, and he just kind of was stuck, and it was happened so quickly, and he resigned so quickly that he kind of needed this time to understand what just happened. I know that he has this habit to put all the pieces back to the starting position, but he didn't do this at this moment. He was stuck for some seconds, and then he left the playing venue. And I mean, it was a very interesting moment, and the first time in my life I saw him like that, and it was really interesting. So I just want to say to our followers once again, if you want to see the video, because I was still recording at this moment, you can check our social media accounts. Don't forget to subscribe to Grand Chess Tour, social media, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter accounts, and you can see many different materials there and watch the videos.
Lots of fun, lots of action, and lots of tension from Zagreb, Croatia, and we'll be back to give you all the insights from on-site right here with round 7, 8, and 9, if I'm not mistaken, coming shortly tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow.
You're not mistaken, Cristian. Anastasia, thank you for that insight, and for me too. Frozen
I want to watch that
Carlsen.
video that Anastasia took.
Absolutely. Thank you all for joining us and enjoying today. We hope you'll tell your friends and tell them where you're hanging out. Join us tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.